Good morning to one and all. I call to order the March meeting of the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be convening the meeting here at our Morris campus. I'll say a few more words about that later, but we'll get going on our agenda. I do want to note that Vice Chair Mayron and Regent Davenport are joining us by Zoom today. Regent Mayron and Regent Davenport, can you hear us and can you see us? Okay. Okay, I'll do that. Maybe that's better. There was. All right. The first item of business before us this morning is approval of the February minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. Second. Any questions or discussion of the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's approved. All right. And we'll go right on to hear the report of the President, President Gabel.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Mayron, and members of the board. And thank you to everyone from Morris for being such amazing hosts. We've had a wonderful few days here, and it's always a pleasure to be here with all of you in person and enjoy our snowy beginning to spring break. And I think there's no better place for us to acknowledge that March is Women's History Month. And as we do throughout the year, it gives us a chance to recognize and celebrate the women of our university family, women like Elizabeth, or better known as Bettina Blake, an academic dean here at Morris from 1979 to 1995, and champion of the liberal arts. Bettina was the first woman to serve as Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Dean, and was committed to furthering the advancement of women across the entire system and to amplify gender equality here in Morris and beyond. And it's women like her and this board's first African-American female regent, Josie Johnson, and many others, past and present, who add to the incredible legacy of this campus and our university and make us stronger and better every day. So delighted to be here with all of you. So members of the board, since I last updated you in February, we've been robustly engaging in St. Paul regarding our budget requests, which is fully reflective of the university's priorities as identified and articulated in Impact 2025. Later in the meeting are some amendments to our fiscal year 24-25 biennial budget request, which includes funding for our University of Minnesota Health Initiative and its aligning efforts to reacquire the East and West Bank hospitals, including Masonic Children. So I'll defer to that upcoming presentation for those details. Since the last time we met in February, our team has continued to work on the health and safety of our university community. We've made some significant progress in the Twin Cities, in particular by welcoming new members to the University of Minnesota Police Department. We have been continuing our outreach and engagement with the community, including a March 2nd public safety forum that was hosted at the Humphrey School, where we were joined by UMPD Chief Clark, MPD Chief O'Hara, and I believe his first visit to campus, at least formally, MPD 2nd Precinct Inspector McGinty, and Minneapolis Council members Wansley and Rainville. Very grateful to everything that our public safety officials do across our system to keep us safe and respond to our emergencies and take good care of us. And we're very grateful for all that does for our university family and our communities. Members of the board, at the February meeting, you'll recall that the University Performance and Accountability Report was approved, and the Impact 2025 website has been updated accordingly. I encourage you to take a look at how we're presenting the story of that report and the interactive resources that we've made available, and to direct traffic to that site if you're so inclined, if you want people to know what's going on across the system. I encourage everyone to take a moment and take a look. It's nice to see what we've accomplished together. It's nice to be able to see where we still have work to do so that we can work together and focus our efforts and look at our impact and where we hold ourselves accountable and needing to improve. I have some updates for you on leadership. So last fall, in this room, or no, actually not in this room, we launched the Chancellor Search in another room on the Morris campus. We launched the Chancellor Search. Very grateful to Acting Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Dean Pei Eng of the Morris campus, and College of Education and Human Development Dean Michael Rodriguez on the Twin Cities, but Morris alum, for co-chairing the effort. Public on-campus interviews of finalists have been scheduled, and you saw an email that went out that announced the timing of those on-campus interviews, and I encourage participation and feedback, and are very grateful to everyone for what will come in order for us to complete what I know will be an excellent outcome to this search. Also, last year, we launched the search for our next Vice President of University Services. That search is chaired by Laura Mulgard, who's the Dean of the College of Veterinary Medicine, and Bernie Galacek, the Vice President and Chief Information Officer, who have been great. That search is also moving along the timeline, and we'll also have finalist interviews this month, so we'll keep you posted on that outcome as well. Some events that I want to call to your attention that have taken place since the February meeting. We held our ROTC Veteran Services lunch. We swore in new police officers in the Twin Cities and had the public safety forum at the Humphrey School that I referred to. We had our farewell party for VP for University Relations, Matt Kramer. I know we'll all miss him. I've met with supporters and alums in Arizona and Dallas, and with legislative leadership in St. Paul on our budget proposal. We also participated in a roundtable in New York as part of the University President's Roundtable, and I was the speaker for that roundtable and presented on our experiences immediately after the murder of George Floyd, which was interesting to revisit now that some time has passed. We've had our cabinet meetings, System Council, FCC leadership, University Senate, the Foundation trustees, the NCA Pathway Program mentorship, where I participate as a mentor. We've met with MIAC, and I participated in the Alumni Association for the Twin Cities strategic planning process. And we also had Big Ten meetings and BOLD meetings, Minnesota Business Partnership, ACA, APLU, and CC. So I'm very grateful for the opportunities we've had to engage across the community and beyond. And as has become a happy tradition, I'd like to close my report with some shout outs that make us all UMN proud. A shout out to UMD and the Twin Cities for being recognized as top producing Fulbright institutions. UMD is in the scholars category for master's institutions, and the Twin Cities for the student category for doctoral institutions. And a shout out to Morris for being the recipient of 2 Fulbright grants in the student category for baccalaureate institutions. A shout out to former Gopher swim coach Gene Freeman for being inducted into the Star Tribune Minnesota Sports Hall of Fame. Shout out to the University of Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs women's basketball team for their 3rd consecutive championship title in the Northern Sun Conference, which is the longest streak in league history. A shout out to our Gopher and Bulldog women's hockey teams who will face off tomorrow for their ticket to the championship. A shout out to Gopher men's hockey, who are currently ranked #1, and we are very optimistic that we'll have good news to continue to report about them. And lastly, our happy tradition, a video shout out about some great recent happenings across the university. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Thank you, President Gable. Turning to my report, I want to begin by expressing very sincere gratitude on behalf of the board and President Gable to Acting Chancellor Schrank Erickson, her team, and the entire Morris community for their wonderful hospitality. We were at the West Central Research and Outreach Center on Wednesday for a retreat. Then we had the opportunity to engage with members of the Morris community at an evening reception. at the Common Cup Coffee House. That was a very good event. We spent yesterday here on campus for a series of activities and important conversations with students, faculty, and staff. For me, clearly the highlight was our visit to the Hasselmo Language Teaching Center, where we had a poster session that featured the really terrific work being done across the campus by faculty and by students. And we then concluded the day at a dinner with University of Morris leaders. I want to thank everyone again for your hospitality, for inviting the board to experience such a wonderful campus and campus culture. The opportunities this campus provides are unique and they are special. The campus is a vibrant center for public liberal arts education with a student-centered, very rigorous, and adaptable education across 34 majors. Morris has many initiatives to promote student success and belonging, like the Morris Challenge, which engages students in teamwork to address rural area challenges, specific coursework to support foundational first-year experiences, and the Morris Core Curriculum, which ties Morris mission statement areas of emphasis directly to coursework. Each of these opportunities are woven throughout the student experience at the University of Minnesota Morris, and the result is graduates who are able to connect their passion to very meaningful futures. This place, it truly is a jewel within the University of Minnesota system. And we thank, again, we thank everyone for your hospitality and generosity over the last couple of days. So with that, I conclude my report, and we'll turn to the next agenda item, which is reports. Item 4 is receive and file reports, and just all of you, please note those items reported in the docket materials. We'll move now to consider the consent report, which includes 3 items: gifts, the Finance and Operations Committee consent report, and the report of the Regents Award Nominating Committee. Anyone want to ask a question, make a comment, or separate an item out from the report so that item could be voted on separately? So anyone want to separate, or any questions or comments before I take a motion? All right, is there a motion to recommend approval of the consent report? Second. Any further discussion or comment? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Next, we will review and act on real estate transactions related to the purchase of land in Mower County. Last month, we approved the first in a series of land purchases related to the farm program. The 5 transactions up for review and action today will build on that purpose. I'll invite Assistant Vice President Kruger to provide a review of the purchases for us right now. Assistant Vice President Kruger. Not quite yet. Why don't you speak again? Perfect. Yeah, that's better now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Powell and members of the board. As you know, today I'm presenting for you the enclosed acquisition of approximately 748 acres in Mower County in 5 separate real estate transactions for your review and action. As discussed in February, the farm acquisitions align with all 4 of the guiding principles in Regents policy. That presentation provided specific detail regarding the farm program and its alignment with these guiding principles. Next slide, please. Each proposed transaction is unique and based upon the specific qualities of the property, as well as the seller's needs. The 5 transaction summaries before you today can be found starting on page 55 of your docket materials. Our first transaction is the acquisition of approximately 118 acres from Bluebird Farms LLC. The subject property is located on the northeast corner of 320th Street and 550th Avenue. The total purchase price for this transaction is $1,593,000 or $13,500 per acre, which is slightly above the market appraisal range for the area. Under this purchase option agreement, within 3 days of the effective date, the university will deposit a $5,000 option payment with the title company. The option period runs through December 31st, 2023. The university may exercise its option at any time during the option period by providing notice to the seller and depositing $31,860 or 2% of the purchase price for earnest money. The university will use the option period to complete its due diligence. Closing will occur prior to January 30th, 2024, and we do anticipate a 1031 exchange transaction by the seller. There is an existing lease on the property, and the university will have the option to continue this lease arrangement with the tenant based upon the timing of closing and plans for the property. Next slide, please. Our second transaction is the acquisition of approximately 395 acres from James Gephardt. The subject property is located both north and south of 320th Street, between 550th and 560th Avenues. The total purchase price for this transaction is $5,530,000 or $14,000 per acre, which again is slightly above the market appraisal range for the area. Given the cumulative size of the 3 properties owned by the Gephardts, which is a total of approximately 511 acres, the administration is proposing to meet their requested purchase price. Under this purchase option agreement, within 3 days of the effective date, the university again will deposit a $5,000 option payment. The option period runs through December 31st, 2023. And again, we may exercise the option at any time during the period by providing notice to the seller, and in this case, depositing $110,600 of earnest money. The university will use the option period to complete our due diligence. Under this purchase option agreement, closing will likely occur sometime after January 2024 to accommodate a 1031 transaction by the seller. Again, there is an existing farm lease on the property, and we will have the option to continue this lease arrangement with the tenant based upon the timing of closing and plans for the property. Next slide, please. Our third transaction is the acquisition of approximately 36 acres from Michael and Barbara Gephardt. And this property is located south of 320th Street, between 550th and 560th Avenue. The total purchase price for this transaction is $504,000 or $14,000 an acre, which is again slightly above the market appraisal range for the area. And again, given the cumulative size of the 3 properties owned by the Gephardts, we are proposing to meet their requested purchase price. Under this purchase option agreement, within 3 days of the effective date, we will deposit a $5,000 option payment, and the option period runs through December 31st, 2023. The university may exercise its option at any time during the period and deposit by depositing $10,080 of earnest money. The university again will use the option period to complete our due diligence. Under this purchase option agreement, closing again would occur sometime in January 2024 to accommodate a 1031 exchange transaction by the sellers. Again, there's an existing lease on the property, and we'll have the option to continue this lease arrangement with the tenant based upon the timing of closing and plans for the property. Next slide, please. Our fourth transaction is the acquisition of approximately 80 acres from the Barbara Gephardt Revocable Living Trust. This property is located on 320th Street between 550th Avenue and 560th Avenue. The total purchase price for this transaction is $1,120,000 or $14,000 per acre, which again is slightly above the market appraisal range for the area and consistent with the other Gephardt transactions. Under this purchase option agreement, within 3 days of the effective date, we would deposit the $5,000 option payment. This option period runs through April 30th, 2023. And again, we may exercise the option at any time during the period and provide notice to the sellers by depositing $22,400 of earnest money. Under this purchase option agreement, closing would likely occur on or shortly before May 10th of 2023 to accommodate a 1031 exchange transaction in the works, already in the works by the seller. There is an existing farm lease on the property, and again, we'll have the option to continue this lease arrangement. Next slide, please. And our final transaction is the acquisition of approximately 119 acres from the trust agreement of Eugene and Louise Smallage. This property is located on the southwest corner of 320th Street and 560th Avenue. The total purchase price for this transaction is $1,606,500 or $13,500 an acre, which is slightly above the market appraisal range for the area. In this case, the sellers would not agree to the purchase option agreement used in all other farm transactions to date. And as a result, we are entering into a more traditional purchase and sale agreement. Under this agreement, within 5 days of the effective date, the university will deposit a $32,130 in earnest money with the title company. The university's due diligence period runs through April 14th, 2023, and closing would likely occur on or before April 28th, 2023, to accommodate a planned 1031 exchange transaction by the sellers. This earnest money deposit will be applied to the purchase price at close. And if the university elects not to purchase the property because of due diligence findings, the university will retain the earnest money deposit. Again, there's an existing farm lease on the property, and we'll have the option to continue this lease arrangement with the tenant. You will note that these last two transactions have the university closing in late April and mid-May of this year. These closings might occur prior to the university assembling the requisite amount of property necessary in this area.
Assistant Vice President Kruger, for that review of these transactions. Given that each transaction supports the farm program, I would like us to vote on the 5 transactions as one motion. Is there anyone who would like to separate a transaction to be voted on separately? Okay, then what I'll do now is invite a motion to recommend approval of these 5 real estate transactions in Malheur County, and then we can discuss. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Move it.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All right. Before we open it up to questions or comments, Assistant Vice President Kruger, I know you had a few questions that the last time reviewed this on our, ability to acquire properties adjacent and contiguous, and it looks like you've done that really well for this 750 acres. So congratulations on that. I'm sure you're happy that you were able to achieve such a large acreage all adjacent. Any questions or comments from anyone on this transaction? Regent Swigum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. VP Kruger, great job to this point. It looks like you've acquired about half the property that we need of the 2.5 sections. I anticipated that getting 2.5 sections contiguous in Malheur County was going to be a very difficult thing to do. But it looks like you're being very, very successful in the first steps. Without giving away any strategy and without giving away any negotiations that you are entering into, can you tell, are you running into any balking amongst any owners yet? Is there any, we want contiguous property of 2.5 sections. Are there some owners that have said no, no way, or holding out for more than, it's a very fair price. $14,000 it's very fair. What are you seeing in the negotiations taking place for the other half of the property that's needed?
Vice President Kruger.
Yes, we are. Not everyone wants to sell. I mean, a lot of these farms are family farms that have been in with their families for generations, and they're not interested in selling. Or some that would only sell for a very large purchase price and way outside of the market. We try to stay within, that 10% range of what the appraised value is. So we do have some that we're just not able to work with. And again, the properties do not need to be exactly contiguous. We do need some spacing. We are focusing along 320th Street. That's where the broadband internet range cable runs. But we do have some opportunity. It does not have to be contiguous. And because of the facilities, the animal facilities, we actually require spacing. So we are being pretty strategic about where we're targeting these properties and working with our agricultural engineering firm to make sure that the properties that we're acquiring have the appropriate siting distances for the animal care facilities.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Leslie. As a follow-up, and Leslie, as we look at these properties, and I can certainly relate to some farm families not willing to sell their properties. I don't know that I will be willing to sell my farm. You know, the dad says you never sell the home farm, right? So we don't ever sell the home farm. Having said that, Leslie, we need this 1,600 acres for this really, really good project. Farm is an awesome project. And this is almost a question which is controversial, but do we have the ability or the opportunity to use eminent domain as a university in a situation like this or not? And I'm hoping the answer is or not, but I don't know that.
Assistant Vice President.
Chair Powell, you can speak up. That is not something that we're considering at this time. We have, we're in active negotiations with sellers for another over 500 acres, and we're being pretty targeted about that. And so I don't anticipate we would need to have any conversations about that. Again, we have flexibility.
Very good. That's music to us. I was hoping we wouldn't be able to, or we wouldn't use the long arm of government to force people. So I appreciate your answer.
Thank you. Regent Hitch.
Well, I just want to speak to the support of this whole program. Farm is very, very important to the state. Probably the biggest thing in agriculture to happen since I've been born, which is a long time ago, but it's going to be vital to the future of the state in terms of doing things right on farms and you know, taking us to the next level. And I just want to congratulate you. I know buying this land is not easy. It's a hard job, but you got it done faster and better than I thought. I thought it was going to be much more expensive than what it is. So thank you. So.
Well, Regent Hips,
All right.
the whole team
I don't
working.
see other hands raised. So I beg your pardon, Regent Rocha.
Mr. Chair, I associate with the remarks of the previous speakers, but for the other landowners that are still in the area that we'd be interested in, we don't really want their land. We're really not that interested in it. So, so you know, just throwing that out there for negotiating purposes. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the 5 real estate transactions in Mower County that were described by Assistant Vice President Kruger. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. All right. That is approved. Yeah. We heard one over Zoom, and we believe that that was an affirmative vote. Okay, thumbs up. All right. All right. Thank you. We'll move now to item 7, which is amendments to the fiscal 24-25 biennial budget request. This is up in front of the board today for review and action. Amendments to the fiscal year 2024-25 biennial budget request includes the administration's request for approval of a legislative request for $950 million to facilitate the acquisition of the flagship campus healthcare facilities and assure that the university has the working capital that commitment requires. Before commenting on the university's legislative request, I would first like to publicly thank all folks in Minnesota, especially our public officials, who are giving attention to the future of Minnesota's public health. The stakes here are very high for us all. We're presented with a historic opportunity to create a strong, university-centric academic health system. For the public interest to prevail, we need the public to care and to act. Our thanks start with the Attorney General for conducting a probing investigation centered on the public interest. And to their credit, both chambers of the legislature are studying the issue and advancing legislation to oppose an outside-the-state-centric system and build a system centered on our public university. Governor Walz's support for the university is steadfast in many directions, and everyone recognizes how special it was to see former governors Mark Dayton and Tim Pawlenty arm in arm, and for us, we are most grateful that they both speak to the value of mHealth. Thanks to you all, your help and support is critical to our collective success. Building an academic health system means more than just owning buildings. And that's why the university's vision has 5 interrelated strands. Number 1, a world-class academic medical center integrating teaching and research with the very best clinical care. Second, university governance and control of its campus facilities to ensure that those public obligations of the university are never compromised. 3, a strong affiliation with health partners throughout the state, ideally including building upon the mHealth Fairview Joint Clinical Enterprise, reformed in 2018. 4, planning for a state-of-the-art hospital with the concurrence and the support of the legislature. And 5, addressing the campus facilities needs in the meantime. And as we've said before, these points are the makings of a system that will stand the test of time. The legislative request before the board advances points 2 and 5. With the legislature in session and the Fairview-Sanford merger before the Attorney General and the public, we don't have any time to waste. With the flagship campus facilities and their financing before us, I'll offer 3 observations that I believe should underpin the public policy conversation. First, while Fairview and Sanford now endorse the university's vision, the university's reacquisition of its flagship campus facilities should not be viewed as a commercial purchase and sale based on traditional notions of fair market value. Indeed, Sanford is hoping to take control of a $6 billion per year nonprofit by committing only $500 million. That's not fair market value, that is nonprofit value. Likewise, the ongoing charitable and public purpose of the flagship campus facilities is such that the questions of facility value, which is only part of the Fairview domain, centers on public value rather than a commercial question of market value. This should not be viewed as another business deal. It should be a renewal of the public commitment made when Fairview adopted a shared mission of academic-centered medicine in 1997, which was then reinforced in 2018 by forming a joint clinical enterprise infused with medical school faculty, warranting the brand mHealth Fairview. Secondly, the university mission to which those facilities are dedicated stems from more than Fairview's charitable mission as framed since 1997. By entwining with the university land and mission, Fairview takes on the corresponding public commitments of teaching, for research, and service tied to the university's grant of land via the Morrill Act in 1862, and the principles behind the university's founding when Minnesota was not yet a state. Any effort to divorce the campus facilities from that mission or price them as if they are not tied to their public purpose is contrary to the university campus's constitutional foundation. Finally, this legislative request contemplates ongoing discussions over point 3 of our vision, which calls for affiliations with other health partners. We need an academic health system, a building transfer that leaves Minnesota with a Fairview-Sanford-centric merger designed without university involvement would undermine the future of mHealth. The university continues to meet in good faith with Fairview and Sanford to determine if a redefined affiliation with Sanford can fulfill our land-grant mission. Success for the people of Minnesota hinges on embracing all 5 parts of the university's vision for the design of an academic health system that will care for Minnesotans over the long haul. Facilities without strong partners committed to advancing the university's mission of public health care does not accomplish our public purpose. I believe that this legislative proposal advances the university vision as presented to Fairview and Sanford on January 6th and explained publicly since that time. With that, now, President Gable, Vice President Franz, and Dean Toller are here to provide an update before we act on these amendments. President Gable, first, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Maron, and members of the board. So as the chair described, we bring before you today for review and action amendments to the university's biennial budget request. These amendments have emerged after deep engagement with our partners in St. Paul, including thorough conversations with legislators and other government officials. And as a result of those conversations, we're adding 3 additional items that directly address the pressing financial needs of the university and our students, and the priorities of the state, along with additional funding to support University of Minnesota Health. Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations, Myron Franz, and Dean of the Medical School and Vice President for Clinical Affairs, Jacob Tolar, join me. And at this time, I would turn it over to them, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Gable, and I believe we have both Senior Vice President Franz and Tonneson's will go first, and they will be followed then by Dean Tolar and Senior Vice President Franz. So first to Myron Franz and Tolar and Tonneson.
Nope.
Not yet.
How about now?
Not quite yet.
I can hear you, Myron. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Julie.
I can hear both of you, if that helps.
Okay, we hear you, Dean Tolar,
Thank you.
Can you hear me in the boardroom?
and we hear you,
Okay.
and we're waiting to hear Vice President, if we can hear Vice President Franz.
How's this?
There you go.
You
3 for
know,
3.
there are only so many buttons you can push. I find slowness there. So thank you, Chair Powell, for this opportunity. As the president, you have mentioned, we've got 2 different kinds of amendments to the request. The first one is the biennial budget request, and the second one is for the University of Minnesota Health Request Initiative. So on this first one, Vice President Tonneson and I will go through the additional items we want the requested board to review and take action on today. If we could go to the first slide. What we're showing you today is that this was the original request that was approved by the board and submitted to the legislature. This involved our core mission request of $135 million for the biennium, the Minnesota Resident Scholarship request for $60 million, and the system-wide safety and security for $10 million. Both of all of these are recurring, ongoing requests for the budget. The first one, the core mission, actually is both recurring and increasing in the second year. So that's where we stood before we engaged with the legislature. During the course of the last several months, actually, and weeks, we've been intimately engaged with the legislature in hearings and discussions. The president and the Chair Powell and Vice President Tonneson and I, a number of us have been meeting with individual legislators, chairs of the higher education committees, and attending hearings. And one of the things we've discovered is that there's some interest in some new items that we felt we should bring forward. If we could go to the next slide. What we wanted to do was to present to you today the bottom 3 items: the American Indian Scholars Program, the enrollment-driven tuition shortfall, and the resident undergraduate tuition freeze. Vice President Tonneson will walk through that in just a moment. So what we're doing really today is asking you to amend your original request from $205 million to
Vice President Franz, we've lost your audio, so if we could pause for a moment, please. Why don't you try again?
Can you hear me now?
Not really.
Julie, go ahead.
Now we can.
Okay, I'll let Vice President Tonneson take over right now. Thank you.
Okay, so alert me if you cannot hear me, but I will pick up where Senior Vice President Franz left off on this slide. The 3 new items, as he mentioned, are below that light yellow row, and it would be the $4.5 million starting in FY24 for the American Indian Scholars Program, $24 million starting in FY24 for the tuition shortfall, and an incremental $13.5 million each year for a potential tuition freeze. The addition of these 3 items will increase our request by $42 million in FY24 and 55.5 million in FY25, or a biennial change of 97.5 million. And that total, as Senior Vice President Franz just mentioned, would be 302.5 million then as the revised request. Slide, please. I'll walk through each of these three and provide a little bit more information, some of which has come about in the last few days of analysis. But the first of our three new request items is actually before the legislature already through a different avenue. We recommend that we formally and officially adopt as part of our request the governor's and lieutenant governor's recommendation in the Office of Higher Education's budget for the American Indian Scholars Program. This program is supported by the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council and many others. The governor's recommendation includes $4.5 million for the University of Minnesota and an additional amount for Minnesota State to provide first dollar tuition and fees for eligible American Indian students to complete an undergraduate education. Undergraduate students eligible to receive the waiver on any of our campuses are Minnesota residents who are enrolled members of or citizens of any federally recognized American Indian or Canadian First Nation tribe, or non-resident students who are enrolled members or citizens of a Minnesota tribal nation. As I mentioned, the funds would cover tuition and fees, but would also allow for student support services for these students. We see this as a real need in recruiting eligible students to the state and to our campuses, and in serving them successfully through to graduation. In our system, the Morris campus in particular will benefit from this program due to the unique role they play in educating a proportionately larger number of Native American and Indigenous students. So that's the first item. The second of our three new request items comes about due to a recent update in our tuition revenue estimates. Every year after the second semester begins, we reforecast revenues based on actual course registrations for the year. And we have discovered that enrollment is down more than anticipated on all of our campuses. We are projecting a $24 million shortfall for this year. So without an increase to our base appropriation in that amount, it would mean significant budget cuts and tuition rate increases, more than we are already contemplating to balance our budget. You can think of this as an additional cost factor added to the framework discussions we've had over the last months. We do this updated estimate every year. And as we've discussed before, we usually have a small number of units that are experiencing shortfalls, while others are estimating gains compared to budget. And never in my 30 years here have we run into a situation like this where almost all units are falling short. Honestly, our estimating processes have been surprisingly accurate over the years. We've done some quick analysis as a result of what we are seeing. And for the 4 years prior to this year.
Vice President Tonneson, we've lost your audio.
Hear me now?
Well, did you make any changes? Can you hear me?
Julie, we can't, with your audio.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
How about?
Just give us yeah. Should we?
I think,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Chair Powell, it might be helpful to let those on Zoom know that it's the room audio that's the issue, not their, it doesn't
Yeah.
appear to be their end.
Thank you, Regent Verhalen. Just for the speakers, it's the room audio here in Morris where we can't hear you. So we're working that.
The audio through Kenyanya's transmission. Huge mistake.
Okay. Okay, I think we're back now. Vice President Tonneson, would you pick it up from, we heard the description of the American Indian Scholars Program. I think we've got that. If you could begin now at the beginning of the enrollment-driven tuition shortfall and describe the components of that, and then go on to the undergraduate tuition freeze.
Yes, yes, I can do that. So this second of our three new request items came about due to a recent update in our tuition revenue estimates. Every year after the second semester begins, we reforecast revenues based on actual course registrations. And we've done that again and have discovered that enrollment is down more than anticipated on all of our campuses. And we are projecting a $24 million shortfall for this year. So without an increase to our base appropriation in that amount, it would mean significant budget cuts and tuition rate increases more than we have been contemplating to balance our budget. You can think of this as an additional cost factor added to the framework discussions we've been having. We do this updated estimate every year. And as we've discussed before, we usually do have a small number of units that are experiencing shortfalls compared to budget, while others are estimating gains. And never in my 30 years here, honestly, have we run into a situation where almost all of our units are falling short. Our estimating processes have been surprisingly accurate. We've done some quick analysis just recently as a result of what we're seeing. And for the 4 years prior to this year, our budget has been very close to the updated January forecast. From FY19 through FY22, so through last year, our variance between budget and the January forecast after adjusting out the most extreme variances, has averaged 0.12% variance across all the units. FY23 at a 3.02% variance from budget really does stand out then. It is over a 2,000% difference. It is, we believe, an anomaly. As a result, this year is leading us to look at our processes, and we would may very well make some changes in the future designed to prevent this kind of a surprise. Now, some units did build in projected decreases. Actually, 11 of the 19 primary tuition revenue generating units did do that. But this year, we simply just didn't get it right. There have been more enrollment changes with financial impacts, changes that you've heard about from the chancellors, from Vice Provost McMaster and Provost Croson, and that we outlined in the docket item summary on page 81 of your materials. Now, if we had reforecast revenues last fall, we might have built this shortfall into our projected needs for the next biennium at that time, and our original request recommendation very well may have looked different. On Tuesday of this week, we were asked to explain this potentially revised request to the House Higher Education Committee with the understanding that it was contingent on board approval. In that conversation, they asked us to provide information on what would happen to tuition rates if the state does not fund this $24 million request. Therefore, we wanted to let you know that we are preparing estimates of what it would take in tuition rate increases by campus to cover this shortfall. In January, we were asked what it would mean for tuition rates if the state approved our core mission request, that $45 million per year. And as you remember, our plan was to look to internal spending cuts and potentially tuition rate increases to cover our half of the $90 million in projected costs, so our $45 million. And we told the House committee that we were modeling a 3.5% rate increase on the Twin Cities campus and 1% rate increases on the other campuses as part of that plan, always saying it was subject to change based on new information and board priorities and actions. So now they want to know what happens to that modeling with this additional $24 million cost. If we do not ask for these funds, or if the state does not approve them, our choices remain the same as we've discussed many times: deep unit cuts and tuition rate changes. However, we cannot maintain our programming and services with cuts much beyond what we were planning already before this $24 million, and we can't push all the required revenue expectations onto the non-resident graduate and professional rates. Therefore, keeping the undergraduate resident reciprocity rates in the mix, current modeling shows the previous 3.5% option for the Twin Cities campus would need to be more in the 6.5% to 7.5% range, and the previous 1% option on the system campuses would need to move to a 3 to 4% range to cover our original plans plus this $24 million. These results apply only to FY24. FY25 rates would not be impacted by this. That's what we intend to share with them next week if you approve this revision to the request. And for the third item, conversations with the chairs of the higher education committees in the legislature and others have shown that there's a great deal of interest in a tuition freeze for university students in the next biennium. So this intermixes with those other core requests. To deliver that certainty for resident undergraduate students and to implement a tuition freeze for 2 years, We are recommending we ask for 40.5 million in the biennium on top of everything else in our request. This is a tricky business. Developing that cost estimate requires building assumptions about what the rate increases otherwise would have been while we were only halfway through the planning process for the first year of the biennium. We chose therefore to connect this back to our original core mission support and our new $24 million challenge. If the state funds our core mission request at 45 million incremental each year, and they fund the $24 million tuition shortfall, then we could freeze undergraduate resident reciprocity tuition rates on all campuses for 2 years. With 13.5 million per year from the state, they would be providing enough to offset what otherwise would have been those originally modeled increases of 3.5% on the Twin Cities campus and 1% on the system campuses. Only if those first two items are funded could we think about managing to balance the budget with our hands tied when it comes to the resident undergraduate rates. Now, even if they do all of that, we are still projecting that we will need to recommend to you significant
Vice
internal
President,
spending
we're
reductions.
losing you. We're losing you again here in the room. Yeah, we don't have, what did she say?
Almost done.
Should we try again? Okay, colleagues, we're going to take a short recess so that they can reset and get this back in gear. So we'll take a short recess. All right. We are back in session, and thanks to the IT team who are working very, very diligently on. I mean, it's very complex to have remote speakers and Zooming and live stream, and so we thank them for getting us back to life. What I'd like to do is go back to Vice President Krueger, Tonneson. Sorry, I'm getting. My internal live stream is, I want to go back to Vice President Tonneson. What we'd like to do is maybe pick it up from your last several paragraphs on the tuition freeze discussion. Julie, that's where we lost you. So if you can finish off that description, and then we'll go on to the next topic. Okay.
Recommend to you significant internal spending reductions and likely some level of tuition rate changes on our non-resident graduate and professional rates. The state would only be covering a portion of what we were accepting as our $45 million year obligation toward cost increases. So in other words, fully funding our revised request would not solve all of our challenges. This last slide shows the actual FY24 and 25 general fund appropriations we would be requesting, combining the original biennial budget proposal with these 3 additional items. Our original submitted request would have totaled a general fund appropriation of $1.583 billion, with the revisions before you today totaling with the $97.5 million additional. The new total for the biennium would be $1.681 billion. And that, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, I was really close to being done. That does conclude our overview of the recommended changes to the biennial budget operating request for this morning.
Vice President Tonneson. President Franz, are we back to you, or are you transitioning now to Dean Toller?
Mr. So, as a Vice President mentioned, this is our change to biennial budget. The next request is a special request outside of the biennial budget request. Just for one moment on the timing, as you know, the forecast came out about a week ago. Economic forecast where the budget surplus remained almost the same, but was able to include inflation in the ongoing projections, which is good news, which really means for those of us who watch it closely that the forecast actually went up almost $2 billion in revenue because the additional revenues were able to cover the cost. So the revenues continue to come in very strong at the state and more than projected. So with that in mind, the governor will be issuing his revised recommendation or his revised budget on next Thursday of the next week. And then shortly thereafter, the hope, I think, is that the House and the Senate and the governor will issue joint targets, which has never been done before. So we'll see if it happens. But the goal is by mid-March or the week or so after to come up with targets so that the committees can actually finish their bills, come to their conclusion, pass their bills out of the House and or the Senate, and then come together in conference committees to resolve the differences, which there'll be some, even with joint targets. The way they spend the money may be different, so they'll have to come to a conference committee. So the March is the setting of the goals, the targets. Then you move into the situation in April where they start talking about the actual bill language and moving different provisions in. So there's a lot more work to go till May 22nd, but things are progressing. With that in mind, thank you, Vice President Tonneson, and also earlier to Assistant Vice President Krieger and clearly Beth Zamzo, the Office of General Counsel, and Vice President, Assistant Vice President Krieger's offices have done tremendous work, as some of the regents have noted, and just wanted to call out them for that great work that they're doing. And now I'd like to be able to bring on Dean Toller to kick off our presentation on the biennial budget request for the UMN Health provision. Dean Toller, if that's all right, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Vice President Friend. Dean Toller, we'll turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Madam President, Regents, for the chance to discuss the next phase of the development of our clinical enterprise. I'm also grateful to Rachel or whoever read the history of Board of Regents, because I didn't know that you met first in the February 1851. Now I'll remember. Now, the value that we bring to the state is the clinical care.
Jacob, Dean Toller, I ask you to pause for just a second. We might need a little more volume. I'm not sure we can hear everything. Maybe a tiny bit. Okay, try again, Dean Toller.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Madam President, Regents, for the chance to discuss our next phase of the development of the clinical enterprise. Our value is in clinical care, in the science that directs it, and the trainees that carry it forward. We are here to ask for your approval to propose the legislature that they invest in the future of health in Minnesota in the creation of academic health system. On January 12th, President Gabel, SVP France, and I announced the university 5-point vision to advance healthcare on this campus. Can I have the next slide, please? The point 1 is to develop a world-class academic health system that integrates teaching, research, and care delivery, making equitable and innovative care available to more Minnesotans. The point number 2 is to reacquire the facilities on our campus, and this is the prime focus of the discussion today. Point number 3 is to develop strategic partnerships, building on the success we had with the joint clinical enterprise over the 5 past years. It's essential as we move forward, as you, Chair Powell, stated, that these 2 points move in parallel. We cannot be successful on an island, and it will take a partnership with community system to bring patient volume to our flagship facility so that we ensure robust practice size for our very large clinical faculty and to increase our access and ability to serve Minnesotans. Point number 4 is a new state-of-the-art hospital on our campus. And point number 5 is the bridge to get there. Investment in our current facilities to support the high-quality care we deliver and the experience of our patients that they expect and deserve. Senior Vice President France.
Thank you, Dean Toller and Mr. Chair and Regents and President Gabel. What I'd like to do is go to the next slide and talk about the 2 components. So what we're asking the board's approval for today is the budget request that has 2 components: the acquire of the assets, $300 million, and the operation of $650 million. So let me talk first about the acquisition aspect of this. So many of you may have seen or heard about the hearing we had on Tuesday night in front of Senator Whitland, chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. Attorney General Ellison was there, both Governor Dayton, former Governor Dayton, and former Governor Pawlenty, as well as Dean Toller and myself, and with a lot of support from our lobbyists that we've hired in this respect, and that's Tara Erickson. So that team put together this presentation, which was heard with a lot of receptivity by the Senate, and we've talked earlier in the House about this. But the reason we want to talk about this first step is that there are more steps to come down the road, as Dean Toller just mentioned. But the key here is the acquisition. Now, this is not an acquisition or acquiring in a typical sense of simply buying a building that happens to be sitting on some block somewhere. This, remember, in 1997, the beginning of this partnership with Fairview was predicated and based upon the change of mission at Fairview to support the academic health system at the University of Minnesota in research and education and clinical care. That started in 1997, and it continues to this very day. What that means is all these assets, and I mean more than just the buildings, the equipment, the business operations, all of this systemness was started in January 1, 1997. And all of these assets contain the aspect of public support, both from the university, who has committed hundreds of millions of dollars to this venture over the years, and Fairview as well, but also taxpayers and also the state of Minnesota. So what's really important about that is looking at the fact that when you dedicate under the laws of Minnesota to charitable purposes and certain assets, they must remain faithful to that charitable purpose in perpetuity. And so one of the things that when we talk about the acquiring, what we're talking about is making sure that those assets continue to work on behalf of the University of Minnesota's mission of academic health. So we are in the process of developing different models based upon information that we're receiving, actually more all the time, but trying to update and analyze what it means, both from a cost point of view to have a deal this size, but also the potential for some transfer cost involved in these assets. So we'll go through the 4 assets in just a moment to refresh your memory. But so this particular bucket of money, the $300 million request, really focuses on the actual transfer of the facilities and the funding for the workforce needs that goes with that. If we can go to the next slide really talks about how we as a university begin the operations of the health business. So we haven't been in that business since 1997. And so what we need to do is to make sure that we have the operating capital to cover payroll, supplies, and professional services. As you know, in any business, when you take over a business on day one, those receipts, the previous receipts, stop, and we have to collect 30 to 60 to 90 days worth of receipts to generate the capital you need to operate a facility facilities this size. So we need to start off with that ability to have the working capital, to have that 60 to 90 days working capital available, and which is typical in the industry, but also does cover some of the costs in terms of payroll, supplies, and professional services. We also know that, we also know what we don't know, and that is at this point, the system, as run financially by Fairview, is losing millions of dollars throughout the year, over $300 million last year, calendar year 2022. And so we need to also make sure that we have enough funds to cover that shortfall until we can turn this situation around. That's the other part of our request here, is that we believe that given what we now know about the operation of clinical services that we've engaged in, especially over the last number of years under the mHealth Fairview brand, where we've developed these clinical opportunities to expand practice more into the communities, a much more aggressive and a much more robust healthcare practice than we had in 1997. Dean Toler can talk more about that. But we need to be able to come to the legislature and the governor and the attorney general and you all and say, here's our business plan going forward. We're working on those details. But these 2 requests, the $300 million and the $650 million, these are our initial requests, what we think we need. And we've been really clear with the legislature and the governor and the attorney general. We cannot do this without state support. Stepping into this role requires us to have the assets to make sure that we actually can succeed at running these facilities on our campus. But the really important part of this that Dean Toler mentioned earlier, it's not just about buildings. It's about having the right systemness with the health system that goes with this. We have to have the academic health center combined with an academic health system to make sure that we have the patient flow, we have the opportunities for doctors to practice in other facilities. That is that sort of holistic picture that makes this work on an ongoing basis. And by doing it this way, we really put the university in the driver's seat for the future to make sure that we can always negotiate and be a part of an efficient and helpful academic health system that surrounds the academic medical center at the University of Minnesota. I think one of the things that Governor Pawlenty highlighted so well on Tuesday night was the difference in the market in the 1880s. Now you got me talking about that, Dean Toler. In the 1980s and the 1990s, I'm sure it was much different in 1882, but in the 1980s and 1990s, the healthcare system was under dramatic pressure, cost pressures, as payers were really driving down the reimbursement rates. So things have changed pretty dramatically. We're in a much different climate, but doesn't mean we're in an easier climate. I think everyone would realize you have to go into this business eyes wide open and really plan for all the contingencies. And that's what we're trying to do, is to make sure that we set up this process in a way where we have the support that we need. We do know we'll need to come back in the future for the investment of 0.5 that Dean Toler mentioned eventually, to make sure that these facilities can bridge us to the ultimate replacement hospital whenever that might happen. So if we go to the next several slides, I just put these in here just to remind you what we're talking about, this is the University of Minnesota Medical Center or the East Bank Hospital. Currently, the university owns the land, but the building is owned by Fairview. If you go to the next slide, the West Bank Hospital has always been part of the Fairview system and became part of the agreement. Remember, 1997, we transferred the management of that hospital ownership to Fairview, but that was because they agreed to operate both hospitals as part of the academic health center. And so these are the two facilities where a lot of the mission of teaching, research, and clinical services occur on the academic medical center. And if you go to the next slide, the Masonic Children's Hospital was born out of that and came from the West Bank Hospital and developed in this beautiful, fantastic facility, but was tremendously supported by the University of Minnesota Foundation fundraising and support, and still supports this hospital very much. So again, getting back to that, what are these assets? What were they developed for? What is their purpose, and how they need to maintain that purpose going forward? And the last one, many of you know, is the Clinics and Surgery Center, the beautiful building on the east side of campus, right next to the health district, where we've already bought the land for future development, many years, not necessarily many years, but years down the road. This is a situation where the university leases space to Fairview, but we own, the university owns the land and the building with a joint venture in terms of the leasing it through with UMP and Fairview. So I think that's everything. What's the next slide? As I'm looking at here, yes, I want to turn this back over to Dean Tolar. So what we're asking at this point is for support of this legislative request, and I'll let Dean Tolar summarize our point. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Franz. Dean Tolar.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And what I see in the our faculty is that once in a generation opportunity to building a system that we want, the system that will be the most beneficial for health and well-being in the province of Minnesota. Because this is where we move forward. So proud of this Minnesotans. Using science as a tool. This will not be easy, but the right work rarely is. And as one of my teachers says, the time is always right to do what is right. And I am grateful that the university has been clear with your leadership that we cannot support the merger as it's currently proposed, that the support that we received from you, we are ready to turn the vision into action. And our faculty practice, our training, our research centered on this campus is essential that we have the governance and the operations that are led by us here. It's equally true that the faculty are now spread out across the state and we intend to grow. And that is, again, a part of our land grant mission for the state of Minnesota to ensure that we can deliver on the access, on the equity, on the quality of the care that Minnesotans expect and desire. I can see the possibilities. I can see the interprofessional training and practice, the innovative care models, including the keeping people out of the hospital, medicinized homes, ability to have the patients direct care in many ways. And as I said, the equitable, accessible care, expanded clinical trial capabilities, high quality experience for our trainees, and so forth. So this is why it's so essential not only to look back at the 135-year-long past of this school at the University of Minnesota, but also invest in future by teaching of upcoming generations of medical, nursing, dental, graduate, and allied health students. And as such, we provide our service to the state to its sake as a continuum, and our goal is to lengthen and strengthen it. So again, it's the excellent healthcare defined by research and carried on by the next generation. Thank you all for your support of our health sciences. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dean Tolar. Vice President Franz, does that conclude your overview of the amendment to the fiscal year 24-25 biennial budget? Oh, all right. Thank you. What I would like to do now, first, before we open it up for discussion, is invite a motion to approve these amendments. Is there a motion? Moved, second? All right, thank you very much. We'll open it up for discussion now. And I'll maybe lead off while we're waiting for hands to go up and get our list. Vice President Franz, a couple of questions for you. The first one is the $300 million fund to acquire the properties. Should we think of that in sort of, first of all, this will be a negotiation, and the 300 million defines the upper limit on that negotiation. So maybe if you could give us a little texture on how to think about that. And then the second part of my question is, I want to clarify the working capital request, $650 million, which would get us up and running, but the intent is that we'll run the enterprise, the enterprise will be run at least at break even once we have the working capital infusion. So maybe if you could respond to those, and I see a number of hands up now with additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, on the first question, certainly we would view that as the upper limit. The more we, frankly, analyze this situation in terms of the charitable nature of these assets in connection with the Attorney General's investigation into the charitable purpose laws that govern these assets in the state of Minnesota, it's becoming increasingly clear to us that the ability to transfer these funds outside of the University of Minnesota's academic health mission are limited, if not barred potentially, and which would obviously reduce or eliminate any actual cost in terms of the transfer cost. Because remember, as long as these assets continue to serve their original purpose, University of Minnesota Health, academic health medicine, then in a way it's kind of irrelevant whose balance sheet they sit on in terms of really kind of what happened in 1997. The East Bank Hospital was transferred to Fairview for them to take over the payments of the debt payments on those facilities. So there's a question in our mind about any payment at all, given the nature of these assets and their commitment to this public purpose. So yes, we would view that as an upper limit. On the $650 million, our intent is to break even or better. I mean, clearly we don't want to subject the university's balance sheet to these continuing losses. So that's one of the reasons why the 650 includes, as I mentioned, the working capital, but it also includes some projected loss reserves in the anticipation it will take 1 to 2 years to fully turn this around. But the key really is to make sure that we turn this into, as I said, a break even or better, because when you have a positive margin, then what you can do with that positive margin, if it's not profit, it is money that we use to reinvest in the facilities, in the programming, in the people that we train. So we definitely want to make sure that at a minimum we hit obviously break even, but we really want to make sure that we develop positive margins, because that will help us as a system in invest going forward.
Thank you, Vice President Franz. We've got folks lining up with questions, and we'll go first to Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Powell and presenters for this report. I have a question for Vice President Tonneson from earlier. It's just, I think I missed hearing something, so I wanted to clarify. I think you were talking earlier about the tuition freeze and about if we get the $45 million in core mission support, and then you named a second category, which is what I didn't hear. So could you just clarify that piece, and then I have one other thing.
Thank you. Yes. Vice President Tonneson.
And the $24 million beginning in FY24 for the tuition shortfall before we could implement the freeze with the additional $13.5 million each year.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate it. Two other quick things. One, you had mentioned, Vice President Tonneson, about the some data, I think, that we're in the midst of preparing for the legislature, and I did have an opportunity to listen to Tuesday morning's hearing, which I found very enlightening, about you're preparing data about the projected tuition rate increases if our supplemental request isn't funded, and so I'd definitely be interested in seeing that as a member of this board. And then also just trying to get a little bit more understanding about the impact of tuition freezes that are paid for by state appropriations. I was starting to do some of my own research on this. And got into an academic paper and then ran out of time. And so I understand from a policy lens, there are some implications and some things to consider when an institution like ours gets a state, cap put on or a tuition freeze that's paid for by the state, and then some long-term implications when that regulation is done, when you get to the end of the biennium funding. And so I'd like to know more about that. And if you have any comments now, great. If not, if it's a later discussion, that's fine too. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thanks, Regent Farnsworth. Vice President Tonneson, you want to make any comments now or?
Mr. Chair, Regent Farnsworth, just to be clear, the dollars we would be requesting are recurring. And so they become part of our base appropriation moving forward. So the longer term impact has to do with expectations of students, families, legislature, et cetera, that we would be able to maintain no increases in tuition, something that we can't do as our costs go up, but the base appropriation would remain in our appropriation. So we would be talking about the growth in costs and growth in revenues in the future.
Very good, thank you. Regent Swiggum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. VP Franz, it's my understanding that you did testify before the education committees this past week at the legislature, is that correct? Okay. I feel a little bad about that. I realize the timing is such that you were requested to come, but testifying before the board makes a decision on what our amended request is or biennial request is, it's the cart before the horse. It's the wrong direction. I feel really bad about that taking place. I do understand the timing. I do recognize that, but still, it's not the right thing to do. We as a board ought to approve the biennial request, the amendments, before we go to the legislature and before we allow the administration to do that. So that being said, looking at the request, I do have a concern in one area. I think that most of the request is reasonable, justified, recognizing our fiduciary responsibility as regents. I think it's appropriate. The health initiatives for sure needs to be there for Minnesota on the forefront. The undergrad tuition request is a new program, a new initiative. I recognize the need of starting new initiatives like that. The American Indian Scholarship Program probably should have been done years ago, kind of funding a mandate that's been unfunded for years. But then I get to the enrollment-driven tuition shortfall of $48 million, the request. And somehow, folks, it just bothers me that we're probably not taking care of our own house. We're not reconciling our own spending and resources, that we're asking the legislature to do that for us, maybe because we can, maybe because they got money available. But it seems to me we ought to be taking care of our own house, recognizing whether we're going to have enrollment decreases or enrollment increases. We need to reconcile our own dollars. And I realize 48 million is a lot of money to reconcile. And last month I said we have to enter into this, wide open, this budget, with our eyes wide open, excuse me. But it does smack to me of being wrong that we're not taking care of our own problems, and we're asking Minnesota taxpayers through the legislature to take care of a shortfall caused by enrollment decreases. Less kids, less spending, less students, less spending. It seems to me that 48 million is not appropriately part of this budget request, as the other 3 or 4 programs are. Very, very important. And I just wanted to make that comment. That it makes me, it doesn't make me feel good that we're asking government to take care of our problem. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Regent Swiggum. I think President Gable would like to make a comment on that point.
Yes, thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, Regent Swigum. I understand your point, and in speaking on behalf of the team, that particular tuition shortfall is COVID-related, as opposed to some operational challenge or, and there are projections that we do to try to anticipate where we're going to have losses, but COVID has created an unusual impact on retention, and so it's a one-time issue. Related also, in our original ask to the legislature, we only asked for half of what we need in order to cover the increase in our costs. We need $90 million in order to cover increase in costs that are related to utilities, appropriate pay raises, the increased cost of subscriptions to the library, other types of things that are fixed cost, and we only asked for half of that, covering the rest of it ourselves. So we could switch and ask the state for everything and then cover when we have an unexpected misalignment with our projections, which, as you know, is very rare for us. But there's always multiple levers being pulled. We can't cover half of our costs and cover things that surprise us too, in a very weird time that we still find ourselves in, at least the tails of related to COVID, which is why at legislative request, we added this amount back in.
Thank you, President Gable. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of big policy stuff going on here with these decisions, and it seems that time is a bit of a circle, because about a quarter century ago, in what was at that point a swan-songy meeting for me, and hopefully that's the case again, we were talking about a supplemental budget request, which is a good thing. It's a good thing when the state is in a position to provide additional support this way. I want to start, I guess I've got a few different topics, and I'll try to be as concise as possible. I want to thank the legislative leaders for encouraging us to come forward with the request for the tuition freeze funds. You know, but at the same time, I would note that with respect to this, and I'm hopeful that we're successful in achieving that, particularly for the students that are coming forward after this. You know, when we're talking about the legislature, and as I was reading the materials, we talk about how the higher ed has now dropped again in the percentage of the state budget that is being dedicated to higher ed. You know, but at the same time, we're not giving them the opportunity to keep it the same. We're not asking for enough that it would keep it the same. And you know, by requesting even just, you know, where we are right now, the best that we can do is a freeze. When I think that we have seen, you know, the trend over the last couple of decades be very difficult for current and future generations, and it's especially I don't want to say ironic, but it's in such high contrast to the energy that was behind the no tuition or the free tuition event that was just at the Capitol, and the positive reception that the legislature, at least the Senate committee, gave to the people calling for more affordable higher education. But you know, when I look at this, I would suggest that if we requested, you know, even an additional amount, an additional $10 million, for instance, which would be about a $30 million increase over the biennium, with the direction to reduce the tuition on our system campuses. There are a lot of benefits to that creates not only affordability, but it improves recruitment, it improves retention on the system campuses. And to Regent Svigum's point, I think that, you know, there's also an appetite, well, there's a concern at the legislature and in the public generally that if you just throw a bunch more money at a public institution, it just ends up spending a lot more money. I think that, you know, I would love to see this board, as you all move forward, be able to figure out how to communicate, you know, fiscal restraint and control. So, you know, go back to the legislature and say, hey, you know, for $30 million more, we can do this with our tuition on our system campuses, and at the same time, we're going to work to cut X amount of our expenses and so on. I know a fairly predictable response that we're already, you know, to the bare bones. I think that's of course a topic for debate by the board going forward, I think. So I'm, 28 years ago, I brought a motion to amend the request. It was seconded and it passed on an 11-to-1 vote, and we ended up getting the money. And that was only a $2 million ask. I'm not going to bring a motion today, but if any of you chooses to bring one, I will be glad to second it for that purpose. The second topic, and I've been kind of trying to wrestle with, and I've had a chance to speak with a couple colleagues offline, and I really appreciate their counsel and insight on this. But when we talk about the American Indian Scholars Program, with respect to what, again, also what Regent Sviggum said, if I'm not mistaken, this is not just funding the mandate on the Morris campus. This actually is a program that's relatively new, and it goes across all of our campuses. Is that accurate, Mr. Chair?
I'm going to defer to President Gable.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Regent Rocha, yes, that's accurate.
Thank you. And so I don't know if we, I know there's also a lot going on in the legal community and the legal world on these types of topics, but do we have any kind of, I know that, I understand the history with respect to Morris. There's it's been a federal mandate, longstanding, based on the history of the campus and so on, but what are the constitutional considerations as it relates to a program that differentiates between students based on their race or ethnicity? And I believe we actually have an expert at the table, Mr. Chair.
Regent T. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the question, Regent Rocha. And so, being an American Indian is, as John Marshall said, unlike that of any other group. Being a member of an Indian tribe means you have a political distinction, not a racial distinction. And so there was a 1974 case called Morton versus Mancari. The issue was, can there be Indian preference at the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Service? And that went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, yes, there can be Indian preference because, you know, con law, if you discriminate on the basis of race, the Supreme Court looks at it with strict scrutiny and does not allow any differentiation if you're discriminating against a race, positively or negatively. But this goes down to the rational basis test, which is the origins of Indian policy were treaties, and as a result, there's a trust responsibility between the United States and the tribes themselves are sovereigns. And so starting with the treaties, later statutes, regulations, tribal governments are recognized as sovereign entities, and American Indians are a political classification under the Constitution. Now, we were chatting earlier, this matter is going up in front of the court and has been argued already this fall on an Indian Child Welfare Act. So it's conceivable things might change, but this is the law right now, is that being a Native American, being an American Indian, a member of a tribe, is a political classification and constitutional to cut out a segment of funds and provide them to Native American students in this instance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Johnson. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciate that. And you know, I guess moving forward on the discussion and trying to take the dialogue approach on this, Mr. Chair, let's assume that we don't have an issue in that regard. You know, and part of this, I guess, is just is my kind of Gen X perspective on how we've been trying to come together as a community in of a very diverse population. But I understand that in the presentation that the Native organization is in support of this. I'm curious as to whether we've asked other organizations of other ethnic groups whether there's any concern or question about this, because and I don't know who can answer the question, but I'm not sure how I, as a member of this board, tell a student who may be in exactly the same financial situation or even maybe a less favorable financial situation that she's not eligible for this support, this state support that then becomes university resources based on her race or ethnicity. If the funding was, again, and I don't know what the total dollar amount is of the tuition waiver on Morris, if the funds that are being requested were specifically for that purpose, I would be very supportive of that. On the basis that was brought up earlier. But I'm just not clear on how this brings us together. If the state wants to if the governor wants to set up something through the Department of Higher Education or the Office of Higher Education and do direct scholarships that way, I certainly, I would welcome them to it. But I'm very concerned about what is a difference. I'm not aware of anything in policy before where the university has broken out resources this way based on these considerations, and that when I look at these conversations, I look at it from the standpoint that history looks back and judges us, and we're very judgmental of our history, and I think appropriately so. And I know there have been times when our predecessors have done what they thought were was the right thing, but now we look back and we say that's not the right thing. And I look at taking us down a road. I don't know how this ever. I don't know if this is a 2-year thing and then it's done. I don't know if this is in perpetuity, but I just think that history would look back on the board making a decision to start breaking out our students by different racial or ethnic groups and say that was not advantageous for us. Of course, you all know I would love to see all of our students have a much more affordable experience at the university. But based on that articulation, it's not in the actual resolution itself. And as Mr. Chair, we spoke about the fact that it's not in the resolution itself. It doesn't specifically break it out this way, but the description, the lead up to it, is clear. And I want to be sure that that concern that I have is noted for the record. And the board can do what it wants going forward. Perhaps there would be a way of putting all the requests for all of that financial support into a generic pot of funds, and then you going forward in coming months could make that decision separately. But as it is right now, I don't believe I can support the language as it is specifically right there, because I think that students, whether go through the list of students with different ethnic backgrounds, I think everybody should be treated with that same level of support from the university. So I'll stop with that comment. I have comments on the academic health side as well, but perhaps you'd like to go to somebody else for a little bit, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks, Regent Rocha. We'll go on to Regent Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I have a question related to the academic health piece of this and the questions, SVP Franz, that you received earlier this week from the House Committee. I watched those proceedings as well, just like Regent Farnsworth did. And I know one of the questions was a request to you and Vice President Tonneson to provide a business plan for shorthand, provide a business plan for this request for the university. And I just would really like your insight on thinking about the fact that we are a public body and we act in open and transparent ways, whereas the other party to this potential transaction is a private entity that gets to have lots of conversations and strategy discussions behind closed doors. And wanted to just ask you your perspective on that request, and also the bit of a difficult position we're in as we think through the details of our proposal and our negotiating position in this particular instance.
Thank you, Regent Verhalen. Vice President Franz, did you hear the question, and is it clear? And if you did, over to you for a response.
I, like you, practiced in the as a lawyer in the private sector, and you're right. I mean, the normal process for two entities to come together, they do their bargaining, they do everything, and privately because they're not public bodies, and they come forward with a plan and they negotiate that and they go forward. But this is challenging. In fact, part of the challenge that we have and part of the difficulty we've had in coming up with the details that we have thus far is that we haven't had the kind of access that we would like in terms of the financial challenges that Fairview is struggling with at a corporate level. Dean Toller talks about how the clinical aspects work very well now with the dyad and the UMP physicians and working in the different settings, but the actual what's leading to the $300 million a year loss, right? So we need to know that in order for us to figure out, is it 650 million or is it 680 million or 640 million? What actual working capital level do we need? How long do we think those losses we can work with and then turn them around and become break even or positive? So the lack of detailed financial information is something that we're working on really daily with Fairview and Sanford to get more details so that we can understand and have a better sense of what the magnitude of this financial situation is that we're trying to get into. But you're right. I mean, we're trying to put together more of a business plan, business model concept for legislators, the governor and the attorney general to review and look at, but it is in public, right? So we are in the middle of the town and the other side doesn't have that same challenge that we do. So it makes it difficult. It's not impossible, it's just hard. And what's difficult about this is, in part, is this May 31 deadline that Fairview and Sanford continue to put out there, their target date, I should say, for completing the acquisition. Our position is that, we oppose the merger at this time, the way that it's structured, with the South Dakota parent organization having control over the campus academic health facilities. And then number two is the timing. It's going to take us 6 to 9 months to really come up with a definitive agreement. You work on these kind of things, and you understand the complexities involved here. And so it's going to take that long, and we've been trying to get a more responsive reaction from Fairview and Sanford to say, okay, you're right. Well, I mean, they, as you know, in the Monday letter they sent to us, they said that we agree with your 5-point plan. We support your 5-point plan. Well, our 5-point plan requires item 2, the acquisition, and item 3 to be done together with a new strategic partnership and the acquisition of these assets. And when you structure those things together with the kind of details we need to get to the point you're raising about, well, what is the business plan? How detailed can we get? We have got some talented consultants and advisors, and we're doing the best we can with pro forma numbers, the numbers that are public, that we are aware of, and we can make some judgments about. But we will be coming back to this board in more detail going forward about some of these challenges that we have in negotiating, coming up with a business plan. But here's the other challenge that you highlight, and that is we need the state to support us now. I mean, we've been meeting, as you know, with legislators and hearings, the governor, the attorney general, and our point has been we need the state support. We need to know that we have state support. University, in my humble opinion, should not pursue this without significant state support. And we've got to work harder and harder to get you all as a governing board and the legislature as another governing board in a broader political sense, and the governor and attorney general. We have to do that in a very public way, and it's challenging. Like I said, it's not impossible. It's difficult for us to get to some really good details. I'll stop there because I'm going on too long. I'm sorry, Regent Verhalen.
Thank you, Vice President France. Regent Verhalen, did that get at it? Do you have any follow-up on that?
It did, yes. And to the long-windedness, I should never ask another lawyer a question. It's fine.
I mean, what I heard was, there are a lot of balls in the air, but what we do know is, we have a pretty good idea of what it costs to operate, those facilities, and we have a pretty good idea of the revenue generating capacity of University of Minnesota physicians. So in terms of the things in our four walls, we think we can do a reasonably good job at estimating those, recognizing that we're sort of going fast, and this whole thing has been put in motion, by forces outside of our control. But we do feel that we can generate a reasonable business plan. I mean, I guess I'm a little bit putting words in your mouth, Vice President Franz, but that's what I heard.
We got a thumbs up. I believe we're good, Chair Powell. Yeah, I have no further questions on this item. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I just like to offer my support to the medical vision, the 5-point vision that where the presenters made. I think it's a lot of money. I get that, but we have a once-in-a-generation surplus. If the Minnesota was at a deficit, it would be a tough ask. We have a once-in-a-generation surplus, and this is a once-in-a-generation ask. And I can't think of something that meets our vision of extension, research, and teaching more than this, and how it affects every single Minnesotan. Nobody knows, everybody in Minnesota is gonna benefit from this. So, I think it's really, really important that we get this money from the state and we follow this vision. So thank you for presenting. I know it's been short because of the way the merger is coming about, but we have to act responsibly and quickly, so thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hipsch. Rich, I know you wanted to make a comment on the health aspect of this motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. This is really important stuff, and I was surprised by a lot of the things that had transpired by 2015, and I'm very happy to see that the university is taking a strong position and moving in just the direction that Regent Hipsch was describing. One caveat as you move forward, in the years leading up to what was then the transfer, there were a lot of questions about how to govern such a commercial enterprise. So I would just say the sooner you can start having conversations on how this board, first of all, this board, I believe, needs to maintain the final say, but looking for ways of being able to address an enterprise of that size, of that volume, of that level of expertise, because this is running a big medical operation. This is not the typical academic enterprise, which is difficult and complex enough. So I would just say, Mr. Chair, to our colleagues, as you go forward, start the conversation now so that you're not behind the wheel when you find yourself in a position to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Well said, Regent Rocha. I don't see any other, very good. Regent Johnson.
Well, I'll be brief. I just have a couple comments to make here. I was heartened this week to see two respected governors, Governor Dayton and Governor Pawlenty, speak up on behalf of the university in this situation. And without any hyperbole, I would just like to say that the 5.8 million citizens of Minnesota need to have and deserve to have a public academic medical center. That is absolutely vital. This cannot be operated by an out-of-state, South Dakota-based health system that has very different values. This is about providing care for the citizens of Minnesota. This is part of our land grant mission, and I strongly support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Johnson. Regent Talleyrand.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and all the staff for preparing the presentation. I just wanted to say that I am fully supporting the request, mainly because I see a lot of things in here for students. I think that the attention to thinking about who our students are and kind of all of the various things that we can do, especially in a surplus, is very important. And I know that in our conversations and trying to, all this stuff is complicated. And sometimes we have lots of conversations about how to make sure, the revenues equal the expenses, balancing all of those out. But I think that this request, including the American Indian Scholars Program, is really important. So I think to kind of Regent Rocha's point, there's a lot of things in here that is beneficial for every student. And it's an attempt to really make sure that every student has what they need, that we have the support here for students to succeed. But I think we also have to have historic appreciation for kind of groups that have, historically not been served by the institution. And when we have the opportunity, it's our chance to do something that is right. So I just wanted to say that because I think when we think about the requests in terms of the Minnesota Residential Scholarship Program, the enrollment tuition, which I understand, those are one-time requests that backs into what we are in the situation. There's lots of difficult choices that have to be made in a complex institution like this, but I'm also very glad to see the attempt to freeze tuition for residents, students, because that is really important. We're here to serve the students, and there is no greater return as a land grant institution to make sure that our students can succeed here. So I just wanted to provide those remarks of support.
Thank you, Regent Talurabi. All right, I think everyone who wants to speak has spoken. I'm going to, it's the motion to amend the 24-25 Banner resolution has been moved and seconded. Let's vote now in roll call fashion, and Mr. Steves will call the roll.
On the resolution, Regent Davenport.
We couldn't, yes. I'm presuming thumbs up is yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Farnsworth.
Yes.
Regent Farnsworth votes yes. Regent Hipsch.
Yes.
Regent Hipsch votes yes. Regent Ruth Johnson.
Yes.
Regent Ruth Johnson votes yes. Regent Tad Johnson.
Yes.
Regent Tad Johnson votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Regent Mayron.
Regent Mayron also votes yes. Regent Rocha.
No.
Regent Rocha votes no. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Regent Talurabe.
Yes.
Regent Talurabe votes yes. Regent Verhalen.
Yes.
Regent Verhalen votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes.
On a vote of 11-1, the motion to amend the biennial budget request is approved. Thank you all. All right. We'll move now to the report of the student representative to the Board of Regents. I'd like to welcome Riley Tuft and Sarah Davis, Chair and Vice Chair of the student representatives to the Board of Regents, respectively. We thank you both. We very much look forward to your report, and here you are, live and in person. That's good.
Please hold for our day of technical difficulties.
Yeah. Job security.
Yeah, I sure did.
think they could. Student representatives, how would you feel about making your verbal comments without the slide deck? Or are we getting close?
Yes, I believe we are.
All right. There we go. All right, student representatives, Tufton Davis, over to you.
Good morning, Chair Powell, members of the board, President Gable, and those joining us today both in person and via live stream. My name is Riley Tuft, and I'm the student chair to the representative of the Board of Regents. I'm joined here today by Sarah Davis, who is our vice chair to of the student representatives to the Board of Regents. We want to begin by thanking the University of Minnesota Morris campus for hosting us and recognize the amazing work and student advocacy being done by the Morris Campus Student Association. As students, it has been wonderful to see the sense of community among the students at this campus. Thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today and share our annual report with you. We want to finally thank our fellow student representatives for their dedication in writing this report and for advocating for students across the University of Minnesota system campuses. Each year, the student representatives to the Board of Regents write and present an annual report to the board where they typically discuss 3 topic areas of concern. The student representatives work to choose the topics of great importance to the entire University of Minnesota student body and present this to the board. They then present the board with recommendations or guidance as to what the students need from the university within a specific topic area. Our report this year focuses on a more unique subject matter. We have conducted an audit of all of the previous student reports to the Board of Regents from the past 8 years to review the actions that the board has taken to address the student recommendations of the past and assess if and when student feedback produces tangible results. We've also identified areas where student recommendations or concerns have not been adequately addressed or provided our own solutions. To conduct this audit, we selected the following 5 topics: mental health, diversity, equity, and inclusion, affordability, academic success, and sustainability. We selected these topics because they are repeated throughout the student reports and were also mentioned to us over the past year by students as issues that they were concerned about. Therefore, these topics are clear areas where the analysis of student recommendations is very important. Other topic areas that were incredibly important but did not fit within the jurisdiction of this report were research and discovery, innovation and entrepreneurship, free speech, public health, and student information privacy. Many of these topics are touched upon within our report here, and others were relevant to students at the time but do not necessarily affect students to the same degree at this time. Regardless, we encourage all the regents to look back on prior reports and recognize the previous topics of great importance that previous representatives have brought forward to the board. The first section we'll discuss today is mental health of students, which has consistently been one of the most prominent topics of discussion at the university among students. With the rapidly declining rates of student mental health in college-age students across the country, the representatives to the Board of Regents, both past and present, have made discussing mental health a priority. Not only that, but for years, students across all 5 system campuses have advocated for the betterment of mental health services across the university. Students have also called on faculty and staff, and especially university leadership, to ensure the university functions in a way that is conducive to aiding student mental health. Since 2015, student representatives to the Board of Regents have written about this topic a total of 4 times. Within these reports were discussions of the necessity for greater funding for mental health services across the system campuses, the need for system-wide collaboration concerning mental health, and the importance of university leadership being engaged in student mental health crisis, among other things. But ultimately, the necessity for the university and the Board of Regents to prioritize student mental health has been a top concern for the past 8 years. There were 13 total recommendations made by the student representatives to the Board of Regents concerning mental health over the past 8 years in 4 reports. Among these 13 recommendations, 4 have been completed in entirety. An additional 4 have been partially completed, and the final 5 have not been addressed nor completed. This year, we have made a total of 3 recommendations concerning mental health of students. First, we recommend that the board are actively engaged in the University of Minnesota's student mental health crisis. We encourage the board to be more involved in the mental health initiatives at the university, as well as more aware of the current state of student mental health. Next, we recommend the board elect to conduct a formal review of mental health at the university, as well as the mental health services offered. This would ensure that our university is doing absolutely everything in its power to improve the state of student mental health, while also improving the services offered to our students. Last, we recommend that the board and the university leadership critically evaluate the effectiveness of PRISM and its serviceability to students.
Our next topic is diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. First, we want to acknowledge that as white women, our experiences are not necessarily the ones that are most affected by the initiatives and issues represented in this section of the report. However, we have done our best to present those perspectives in front of you today, but we encourage you all to go beyond just this information and to personally hear the voices of the underrepresented members of our university community to better understand how you as Regents can support their success. To begin, it is important to highlight that diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI, was the topic mentioned most frequently across the student reports. Clearly, this issue has a great impact on the students across the University of Minnesota system. Therefore, it is crucial that the Regents continue to address this topic. Overall, these reports emphasize a continual need for the university to be more involved in this community and to take measurable action to address these concerns. From 2015 to 2022, there were a total of 32 recommendations made by the student representatives. Of these, 11 have been implemented, and efforts have been made towards 5 others. No action appears to have been taken on the other 16 recommendations. Given the fact that only half of the recommendations in this area have been addressed, there is more work that the Board of Regents and the university can do to create a safe and inclusive learning environment for underrepresented members of the university community. We have made 6 total recommendations to move DEI efforts forward at the University of Minnesota. First, we wanted to follow up on the board's commitment to diversity training from last semester and recommend that all university staff, faculty, administrators, and students, including the Board of Regents, are required to take the Go for Equity Project online training. This is an initiative that has had great success as a first step towards making sure that everyone at the University of Minnesota is prepared to support a diverse community. We are also recommending that the University of Minnesota and the Board of Regents devote more efforts on projects for 3 specific factors: increasing the accessibility of accommodations for students, particularly within campus disability resource centers, and especially on system campuses; increasing the retention of staff and faculty of color, since there are currently very few initiatives according to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion System-Wide Review; and increasing community involvement, such as involving more of the folks who live around the University of Minnesota and are therefore affected by its decisions, including our tribal partners. Increased efforts in these areas will provide a better overall experience for the underserved populations at the University of Minnesota. Finally, we are resurrecting a student recommendation from 2018 that appears to have not been acted on in any capacity, which is the establishment of an American Indian Center on the Morris campus to ensure that these students receive adequate support and access to the services that they need to succeed. The next important issue discussed in these reports is affordability. It is more difficult than ever to afford college education, and we see the increasing urgency of this issue reflected over time within the student reports. An interesting element of this conversation that we would like to draw your attention to is that at the start of the student reports on this issue, which began in 2015, there is an emphasis more on financial literacy. This reflects the period of time when the report was written, where America as a whole was beginning to just realize that there was a crisis in higher education. At this time, financial literacy was frequently mentioned as a solution. It was a commonly held belief that the crisis was due to young people not having the knowledge to make smart financial decisions and therefore driving up costs. This solution proposed that more education about loans or options like community college would prevent the crisis by helping young people be smart with their money and avoid debt. The focus on individuals is something that may have prevented the conversation from shifting towards the more systemic solutions that benefit more students. Over time, we have noticed that these stopgaps were no solution to the systemic issues of affordability in higher education. Financial literacy was obviously crucial, but now student loans are nearly an inevitable consequence of higher education. The past several years, and particularly the COVID-19 pandemic, have shown that a college education is inaccessible due to high costs. Now our solutions must focus primarily on easing students' financial burden. Since 2015, 9 recommendations have been made by the student representatives to the Board of Regents on the issue of affordability. 2 of the student recommendations were implemented, and efforts were made to work towards the goals of 4 of the other recommendations. The last 3 have not been addressed. Clearly, the issue of making college more affordable is a priority of the University of Minnesota. However, many students feel that more needs to be done to make a college education accessible and affordable for all students. With that in mind, we suggest the following courses of action. First and foremost, we ask that the university prevent further tuition increases. If tuition must increase, we ask that the university match this with significant increases in gift aid to prevent the University of Minnesota from becoming inaccessible to low-income students and their families. In addition, this gift aid must be marketed well to students to ensure that they can take advantage of these opportunities. This goes hand in hand with our request to make more transparent the actual cost of tuition, as well as the financial aid available. Marketing our university well is a point that the Board of Regents, particularly Regent Hipsch, has been making. So we wanted to highlight that, as well as noting that affordability is one of the areas that we can really emphasize, but that more transparency is still necessary to achieve that goal. The COVID-19 pandemic also demonstrated the hardships that sudden financial emergencies can place on students trying to afford college, so we recommend that the university increase the availability of emergency grants. Finally, we are aware that a suggestion has been floated for the university to raise the price of tuition for non-resident, non-reciprocity students in order to mitigate the tuition costs for in-state students. This is a good proposal. We agree with the idea. However, we are concerned that this will have an unintended consequence of a decreased enrollment of these non-resident, non-reciprocity students, and overall making the University of Minnesota less attractive for them. So we ask that the university investigate the use of differential fees to prevent these consequences while still ensuring that it fulfills its duty to students and to the state of Minnesota.
The next topic we'll discuss today is academic success. So academic success and undergraduate student outcomes remain a critical metric point of interest for the University of Minnesota system, as well as prospective students and current undergraduate students. Since 2016, the student representatives to the Board of Regents have made 9 recommendations to the board regarding academic success. Out of these recommendations, only 1 has been accomplished. However, 6 of these recommendations have been addressed, with some progress being made. The remaining recommendations have not been addressed, but with differing progresses for each campus. The crucial elements from the discussion in the past years over academic success emphasize the need to increase resources that focus specifically on this area and invest in making sure students stay in college and are successful, especially those who are members of traditionally underserved populations. Therefore, the need for consistent surveying of students' success outcomes in order to understand this issue cannot be understated. Our first recommendation for the university is to be more transparent about academic success data, list it clearly, and make it accessible to all students. To this end, we suggest utilizing a single unified system or reporting tool to depict a more robust portrait of the academic success across the University of Minnesota system. We also want to clearly emphasize the necessity of focusing on the academic success of underrepresented students and dedicating resources and measurement efforts to ensuring that these students, in particular, are able to succeed at the University of Minnesota.
The last topic that we will discuss today is sustainability. Sustainability has been an increasingly important discussion area considering the pressing nature of the climate crisis. Through this, student representatives have taken the initiative to ensure that the university is held accountable in all aspects of sustainability and that the university is a leader in sustainable practices and development. In both of the previous reports on sustainability, the student representatives emphasized the importance of streamlining sustainability throughout the university. The reports also drew attention to the necessity of both greater collaboration among system campuses and clearly defining the roles the university must create to address areas of sustainability. Over the past 8 years, the representatives to the board have highlighted sustainability twice in their reports. They have made a total of 7 recommendations, only 2 of which have been completed in entirety. This year, we have made 2 additional recommendations to the board concerning sustainability. First, we recommend that the university continue to make efforts towards streamlining and centralizing key efforts and metrics regarding sustainability. Additionally, we find it pertinent that the university offers much greater transparency and accountability regarding the university's divestment from fossil fuels. This includes making divestment plans and materials readily accessible to all University of Minnesota staff, faculty, and students. It is imperative to hold the university accountable for all of these efforts and that the university's plan going forward is accessible.
We understand that this year's report is not only substantial in terms of content, but that it is unique from any previous report written by the student representatives to the Board of Regents. We know that what we have provided you with today is a significant amount of information, but we hope that this report has underlined the importance of student opinions and student involvement in our university's decision-making process. Over the course of the past 8 years, the student representatives to the Board of Regents have made a total of 61 recommendations to the Board of Regents regarding these 5 topics. Of these recommendations, 39 have been either implemented, completed, or addressed, with the remaining 22 recommendations having received little or no attention. We find it extremely important that the Board of Regents and the university leadership critically evaluate their responses to not only the previous recommendations, but the recommendations we have provided this year. Additionally, we recommend that the board implement a process for responding to and addressing future recommendations of the student representatives to the Board of Regents. Thank you for allowing Sarah and I the opportunity to present and discuss our report today. We welcome any questions or comments at this time and invite further discussion on any of these topic areas.
Thank you, student representatives. While I'm waiting for hands to go up, let me just make the comment. I think this is an excellent report. I really appreciate this, if you will, the historic, the background framing of these issues and how they've been discussed by the board and by student representatives over many years. And I also appreciate the very strategic framing of your recommendations. I think it's an excellent report. I know that it's a huge amount of work goes into these, and we're very, very grateful. We'll turn first to Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representatives Tuft and Davis. Thank you so much for the work and the report. This is really comprehensive, clearly really collaborative, and I think the student report is one of the best examples we have of system-wide collaboration, because that's really the basis of it, and you always do it so well. I also appreciate that it's specific and there's really tangible recommendations. Not that the onus, for the solutions is on you, that's obviously on ourselves and the administration, but having those specific recommendations, I think, is a really good place to start dialogue and gives us something to discuss rather than debate. As we learned yesterday, those are very, very different things. And one thing, I've learned, and I was speaking with some friends about over this week, is the other benefit of specificities. I actually think it's respectful to the people doing the work, when we speak of things that way. For example, you have recommendations on mental health in terms of let's improve A, B, C, D. That is so different than saying, the university doesn't care about mental health, because then I think that's not respectful to all the staff who dedicate their time and their efforts, to doing that, because there's plenty of people who do. So I really do appreciate this. Just a couple thoughts. I appreciate you all, walking us through. I obviously was part of the 2017 report, and when we sat down to think of the topics and they said mental health, I wasn't against it. I actually didn't support it initially, because I said, well, they did that last year. Let's look at other topics. But my peers helped me understand that it was that important, that it needed to show up again, and clearly that understanding has stayed there because we've seen it in all these years. So skipping to, I guess, the 23 recommendations, at least starting with mental health. The first one was region engagement. I think that's an excellent one, and it's a timely one. Yesterday during our student affairs session, we heard about this. I think from Coach Seeley, one of her athletes, and another one of the pitchers here at Morris, talking about their experiences. And part of where that conversation went was, well, one, that was just helpful, I think, for all of us, to hear. Especially the coach and how much she cares about her athletes. But then two, our conversation kind of went to how can we, we're always talking about how to provide mental health services, and we absolutely have to do that. But then we also have to talk about how do we design the academics and all the stuff around the university a little better to not put students in that position in the first place. I think one of the things we talked about was not having Canvas deadlines at midnight, right? I mean, that was a good example that was given. So to that end, I think one thing that's helpful for us is with everything that's on our docket, helping us see when we're maybe going down one of those paths where we may be unintentionally creating, a stressor or maybe if we redesign something on the front end, we wouldn't have to be talking about it after. So I think that's going to be helpful for you all and your peers to just really feel emboldened to interject, at these discussions and say, hey, this might actually affect students this way. There was also recommendation around an external expert, and I mean, if that's needed, I think we can do that. I typically tend not to like that, just in terms of if that costs $50,000, that's $50,000 that's not going towards the actual services. I think we have people across the system that we can put together, student, staff, faculty, and work towards those. But that's not me speaking out against it. Just I typically favor using the expertise we have here. The feedback on PRISM. I mean, I think evaluating that and seeing how it can change certainly isn't a bad thing. So I didn't see a specific recommendation there, but I do appreciate the feedback there. On DEI, just a couple things. One thing that stood out was the hiring and retaining faculty of color. And the reason that I always think that's important, I think we've discussed it before, is it kind of has more ripple effects, right? I mean, we've been presented to about how that could then help us see better outcomes in the students as well, right? So, it's like when you're picking classes and trying to get the one that is a lib ed and it covers your major. I mean, I think this is an area where we can get a lot of value in investing in. But just to not take all the time, I think I'll just wrap up by saying I appreciate the follow-up on the recommendations, what's been done, what's outstanding. I mean, I think that's really helpful for us to do. And, Mr. Chair, I think this stuff does influence board policy, but we can tie that a little better, right? And at our summer retreat, have this in front of us as we're setting our priorities, and then tie that back to the students and make clear links that that's how these certain things ended up on the work plan. I think it already happens. And then, just continue to engage with us in this way. But I don't think there was a question in there. Thank you.
Well, that's good. And thank you, Regent Kenyanya. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you so much to our student representatives for this report and presentation. I'm glad Regent Kenyanya went first, as someone who can speak with a little bit more authority, having done one of these reports. I did ghost write and edit a section of the 2019 report. So that's my
favorite.
Yeah, that was a very weak report. I remember that.
All right.
We gave you a pass.
So that's my little credibility there. But a couple things. One, I was really thankful for the audit and kind of summary way that you pitched this report in terms of going through the previous reports. I would echo that I thought that was incredibly helpful as a member of this board, and just getting that refresher and seeing it very clearly laid out, and then topically as you chose what to focus on as well. Second, I was pleased with the 63%, I believe, implementation and progress or efforts towards implementation. I can't remember exactly how you phrased it. I think that's great. Of course, this board, this administration, this university will always have more work to do and growth and things to improve on, but I was pleased to see that 63% number. Two other things, under number 4 on page 125, under the DEI recommendation, I appreciated what you said about community involvement. I think that's absolutely critical. We've had lots of conversations about engagement and plans that the board has moving forward, and just how you phrased how that community involvement, I think we kind of all know how it feeds into so many different things, but I appreciate that you specifically stated that, because that's an interest of mine. I think we had a timely example here at Morris during our visit, which I think 5 of us were able to make yesterday, an event that staff and students put forward around diversity and a celebration of diversity, and being in that space and being invited to that space, I think was really important and a great opportunity, speaking on behalf of myself, but I'm assuming others who were there may agree with me on that as well. Last thing, Regent Kenyanya got to it mostly, but as I was reading this report, and then I think this is the second student representative report that I've seen as a member of this board, or maybe we saw the one in 2021. Anyways, regardless of that, thinking about kind of how we enshrine these reports more into our work planning as a board, how we make sure that these are in front of us. Regent Kenyanya used a summer retreat example. I would add work planning. Just making sure that we're referring back to this. I think there's ways that we can improve our overall board process in that way. Of course, it's on individual regents, and just speaking on behalf of myself, if we have a topic coming up about sustainability, or we have several more topics actually coming up about DEI today, making sure that we're keeping the recommendations that were in the student report in mind as they're topically relevant to what we're talking about in front of the board. So I look forward to having more dialogue about this. I have went through the report with great interest and want to go through some sections of it again to continue to digest it. But I know it's a ton of work on top of your year-long service as student reps in general. So just wanted to express my appreciation and thanks for this, and was particularly, again, excited about the audit function, which I think allows some of us to catch up and become familiar with what's been done in the past, and particularly as we have new colleagues moving forward, having this 2023 touch point as a base to get up to speed from there. But then moving forward, I think is tremendously helpful. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Farnsworth. Regent Davenport, we'd like your comment now. I understand it takes a few seconds to make the switch for the audio. Why don't you speak, and we'll see if we can hear you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Great. I want to also thank the students for the report. I kept my own little scorecard here because I do like that structure of your presentation and the analysis. My question, and I think it was picked up by my colleagues earlier, is were you able, or did you include a crosswalk with MPAC 2025, our strategic plan, as you did your analysis? And I think if not, I'd be curious how that crosswalk might match up. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent, for the question. Whoever wants to take that one, but linkage to MPAC 2025?
Yes, thank you, Chair Powell, Regent Davenport. We did not particularly do any specific, the word cross swap, I think it was what you used, but we did mention MPAC 2025 and the strategic plan within this report multiple times. I agree with you that idea of kind of comparing the two would be very interesting. We didn't find that it was, for our purposes of this audit, that it was entirely relevant at this time to do that kind of comparison. But I think that we both and all the remaining student representatives agree that could be an interesting take on it.
And I'll add to those comments as well. Thank you, Regent Powell and Regent Davenport, for your question. One of the components of MPACT 2025 is the goal surrounding community and belonging. So that is a goal that we've mentioned several times in the DEI section, specifically as it relates to the community involvement that Regent Farnsworth was mentioning. That element of diversity, equity, inclusion is very much tied within, I think, the goal from MPACT 2025. But as Riley mentioned, we wanted to get really, really specific about the policy recommendations that are directly impacted. So where MPACT 2025 is much more of a future projection, we wanted to reflect on where we've come from the past up until this point.
Very good, thank you. All right, we'll have one more comment on this topic, and then we're going to need to move on, and that comment will come from Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have a few student representative alumni on the board, and I'm pleased that a couple folks have spoken already to give that input. Anyway, well, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. This is a lot to add on to all the other things you've got going in this academic phase of your lives. I hope other students appreciate the time and effort that you put in. I also note that you guys are kind of on the cutting edge of all of the social and political conversations going on among college students today, which I think is robust and interesting, and you have to balance a lot of interests among your peers as you put forward a plan to better the experience at the University of Minnesota. I join the chorus of appreciation for the way that you approach this report. So helpful to be able to see that, and I think it also has a certain guiltifying effect to look and say, well, wait a minute, I guess there are some things that we need to get at, and we don't realize how long things are sitting out there because time goes on, and you don't realize that we've been talking about things for a number of years. I thought it was especially a good approach to pose the question on NRNR. To say, let's get the data. A couple things I would point out, is that, look at what other public institutions are doing around the country, especially those that have similar missions and success. My understanding is that our non-resident, non-reciprocity students have generally a lower percentage of even filling out a FAFSA, that the financial implications for resident students and non-resident are different, but that doesn't change the fact that for non-residents that don't have the support, it's a challenge, and finding ways of mitigating that in addressing that question, I think, is good. So I'm thought that was a great approach and interested to see where that goes on. I believe that the job of the student rep is more subjective than it was back in a number of generations ago here, because back then it was a lot of tuition access, very low graduation rates, and so on, and you are now able to, I think, address a lot more comprehensively what the student experience is, and I applaud you for doing that. And then I just would close with saying that going forward, if you take the excellent work that you've done and take it, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but taking it literally month to month. The current way this board is constructed with the committees of the whole, you have voice at most of the critical discussion points. And so I believe that as you work with board leadership and members of the board, I think there's a great appetite for being responsive to the issues that you're bringing forward. And so be relentless in bringing those things in front of the board and keep asking those questions, and I think you'll continue to have success. So with that, again, I appreciate your time and effort, and with the exception of that 2019 report, the student reps have done a fantastic job in bringing the student voice to the board. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, as we transition,
Yes.
I just want to note that the 63% completion rate that the students reported is higher than the 48% the Audit and Compliance Committee reported last month, so.
And Mr. Chair, I would like to note that we should ask the chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee why it is so low.
Can we get the chief auditor?
And I think the full board would be greatly interested in hearing that, but in the interest of time, I think we're gonna move on now. Thank you, student representatives, for an excellent report. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. We, as a quick closing comment as well, we acknowledge that this report is very information heavy and also very unique from the past reports. And as well as the fact that our time here today is very limited. So for that reason, we absolutely extend an invitation to all regents and university leadership to continue these discussions and conversations over the coming weeks and months. So thank you.
All right. All right, thank you. We'll move now to item 9, which is a presentation on advancing a vision for diversity, inclusion, justice, and equity. This is the second in a series of 3 scheduled discussions with the board. And I'd now like to invite Vice President Ramirez Fernandez forward to present, and she will present with Associate Vice President Varma and Associate Vice President Marasim. Ladies, it's over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Chair Powell and Vice Chair Maron, President Gable, and members of the board. It is such a pleasure to be here at Morris and to provide an update on the work at advancing a mission and the strategy for diversity and inclusion and justice and equity system-wide at the University of Minnesota. The last time that I was here before you all, I had been at the university for like 5 minutes, so I feel very accomplished, having crossed the 6-month mark, and I'm much more confident. So my remarks are bounded, to that amount of time. I also would like to thank our colleagues here at the University of Morris, Chancellor Frank Erickson, and to all of her colleagues, for curating the space to have the conversations and the engagements that you all have had. I also like to, thank everyone that actually created the conditions for us to be here and, made the room available to us. I was just very happy to see our little arrangement of tables here this morning, and for our IT people. I was actually praying for them all. So the work of our office is actually part of a much larger ecosystem. Our world is part of escalating conflict and division that is threatening the well-being of all of our people, increasing disparities for those who come from marginalized and sidelined communities. We here are privileged to work together and work towards a better future for our communities, making sure that we protect the human right of education for all in the state of Minnesota and for all who come to our campuses to continue to advance their knowledge and share their intelligences with us and helping us advance the university. So even at a higher level, I just felt that it's important, for us to acknowledge that we're doing this work at this time in the world, at this time at the state of Minnesota, and at this time for the University of Minnesota system-wide. I feel that during this 6 months, it has provided me such a wonderful opportunity to work with brilliant colleagues and people who are tremendously committed. And I feel that the University of Minnesota has a unique space in higher education to continue to address some of the greatest challenges facing our world. As we heard from our colleagues in finance and in the health center towards an academic health system. That's just such a fantastic opportunity for us. So we're gonna go to slide 1 just to remind all of us of the priorities for what I call DIGE. It's a Spanish word. DIGE, I said, so it's diversity, inclusion, justice, and equity. So when you hear me say DIGE in my awesome Spanish accent, you will know that I'm referring to diversity and inclusion and justice and equity for the system at the University of Minnesota. During this presentation, we will have examples of how we are advancing this work. We are also we're also informed by the Cambridge Hills Partners Report recommendations that help us to clarify and connect and collaborate as we move our DIGE work forward. We had, shared this slide with you before, and we will spend some time, today talking about the infrastructure that is necessary to continue to do this work, and also our plans towards moving towards a strategic plan. So what are the things that we have done, to achieve clarity? So my work is informed by shared work. I think that word of shared work, that's why I love working at universities, about shared governance. We have to sit, we have to dialogue, we have to be in conversations, to move the strategies of the university forward. So I have engaged in strategic conversations with senior leaders and many others, creating the necessary conditions to highlight the best efforts and practices so that we can allocate the resources to make sure that we have greater impact. So in this presentation, you will hear about the Go for Equity work being led by colleagues and leaders at the University of Minnesota Duluth, by Dr. Melinda Lindquist, Associate Dean for DEI in the College of Liberal Arts, and by Kelly Collins, who is the Director of Education in our office. So in a great way, our student representatives, much appreciation for their work and their seriousness of purpose, foreshadowed, many aspects of our presentation today. You will also hear more about the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Climate Survey. As a Research One institution, everything that we do must be evidence-based, and now we will have system-wide evidence about DEI climates in each of our campuses and even at a more granular level, in departments. We're also highlighting infrastructure work as a necessary requirement for the continuous strategic planning process and to support our students, our faculty, our staff, our community, our alumni. To do this work, we have started by reorienting the structure of our office. We also are very excited about having positions that we're searching for right now. Can you move a little bit so I can see? Sorry. Thank you. So we are currently searching for an Associate Vice President for Institutional Engagement and Education Justice. We are working on recruiting the first Sexual Misconduct Prevention Program Director, and this is based and anchored on the amazing work of the Presidential Initiative on Sexual Misconduct and Prevention. We're also in the process of hiring and faculty and staff fellows that will continue to augment the intelligence and the thought leadership of the office. In addition to work on providing support for everyone that is doing this work across the systems, we are implementing some additional structures, such as the DEI Collective, and that's going to be a group of people that actually have in their job titles diversity, equity, or inclusion, who are deans, directors, assistant, associate vice presidents in each one of our campuses, and also across many administrative units across the system. We will be working on securing a project manager that will also help facilitate the administrative support for that group. And we hope that we will be able to convene this council at the end of the spring semester. So we are very excited. We have closed the first phase of the work and are beginning on the next phase, which involves which is at the intersection of the recommendations of the CHP report. We wanted to also, our students talked about, supporting our faculty and our staff, and in January of 2023, we actually invited the founder of the Faculty Women of Color in the Academy Conference, who is Mena Pratt, and she gave a lecture on how do we promote sustainable campus transformation, a workshop on envisioning change. And we invited the members of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council, or collective, and also the Diversity Community of Practice members. We wanted to present and provide conceptual frameworks and a praxis on how to continue to advance this work. We had representatives from other campuses come to us at the Twin Cities, and it was a wonderful, wonderful event on a very cold day in the Twin Cities. It is now my honor to pass the mic to Dr. Varma for the next portion of our presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Vice President Ramirez Fernandez. Hold on, let me scoot up a little bit. Okay. The Go for Equity project is offered for all incoming first-year and transfer students. Participants engage in online training, join discussion groups, and have access to further education opportunities via a curated list of resources. It was developed and launched in 2020 in response to recommendations from the Multicultural Student Success Committee. The expanded Go for Equity project is one of the ways that our university is strengthening its infrastructure by leveraging resources and faculty. It is truly a campus-wide collaboration that has intentions of becoming a system-wide collaboration. Melinda Lindquist, Associate Dean for DEI in the College of Liberal Arts, and Kelly Collins, the Director of Education in OED, are leading this work that involves customizing diversity, inclusion, and belonging modules for graduate students, staff, and faculty. They are building on the strength of the undergraduate-facing modules, as well as the staff and faculty-facing workforce modules that have been enacted on the Duluth campus. The CLA Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is partnering with our office and consulting with numerous university offices, including the Office for Undergraduate Education, the Graduate School, the Office for Human Resources, Office for Faculty and Academic Affairs, and the Office for Student Affairs. What is particularly exciting is that the platform allows for content development and curation that goes beyond simply sharing policies, resources, and programming. Graduate students, staff, faculty, instructors, and supervisors encounter specific challenges and opportunities with respect to their own complicated positionalities in higher education. These modules will support ongoing efforts to highlight and respond to these specific challenges, while also building a cohesive language and core skills-based competencies that reflect an aligned commitment to DEI. Another recommendation from the CHP report is that the university should support faculty and staff retention and wellness by developing system-wide faculty retention strategies. We are currently addressing this recommendation via our work in the iChange initiative, which has been highlighted in earlier presentations. iChange is supported by our office and also the Provost office, and the work is led by a system-wide interdisciplinary team of faculty and staff. One of the most recent successes in this work is a department-level survey that was distributed to all 168 department and division leaders across the 5 U of M campuses. We received 154 responses for a 92% completion rate. The questions asked department chairs and heads to share information about their faculty search and hiring procedures and policies, faculty onboarding and mentoring, and ways that they assess faculty work. Some of the findings show that departments are engaging in promising DEI search and hiring practices, such as working with HR and EOAA to evaluate the diversity of their candidate pools, requiring implicit bias education for search committee members, mentoring assistant professors via mentors that are internal and external to the department, and providing clear information about tenure and promotion to assistant and associate professors. The data also show that departments need support for critical work, such as evaluating faculty workloads and ensuring that teaching and service work are equitably distributed. In addition, some of the qualitative responses reflect that department chairs often have to take on the work of mentoring junior faculty in addition to their leadership roles. In the fall of 2022, we began using these responses and other self-assessment information to draft a strategic plan for faculty diversity. This work has continued throughout the academic year. In late spring 2023, we will share the draft with the iChange Advisory Board and other university leaders. In the fall, we'll share it broadly with faculty, Senate committees, and other system-wide stakeholders. As part of the strategic planning process, the iChange team is working on a faculty survey based on the department survey to get more information about how faculty experience search processes, onboarding, mentoring, and workload assessment and distribution. These responses will be incorporated into the strategic process, and that survey will be administered later this spring. As part of our membership in the iChange network, we're able to meet regularly with peer institutions within the Big Ten and across the nation. One of the important highlights for our university is that the commitment to DEI spans our institutional leaders in multiple spaces. We are lucky that we've been able to collaborate with experts in the Office for Institutional Data and Research, HR, the Office for Undergraduate Education, the Office for Student Affairs to explore information that we have about our university, community, and view it in new ways to advance our DEI efforts. In response to recommendations from the CHP report, we also enacted a system-wide DEI campus climate survey that was offered to all University of Minnesota faculty, students, and staff. The effort required timely support and guidance from academic leaders on all campuses and many offices throughout the university system. An advisory committee comprised of system-wide representatives with expertise on institutional data, human resources, and student, staff, and faculty affairs meets weekly to discuss the survey and plan for next steps. The survey closed on February 28th, and our overall response rate was 25%. The range across campuses for faculty and staff was relatively high, with rates ranging from 39% to 77%. Student response rates were somewhat lower. Graduate student response rates were around 22%, and the undergraduate response rates ranged from 15 to 30%. We'll be meeting with the vendor next week to confirm the timeline for the initial system-wide and campus-level reports, and also the secondary, collegiate, and unit reports. And now I will return things to Vice President Ramirez-Fernandez.
Oops. Okay. We wanted to let you know that we're very excited that the University of Minnesota system will be traveling to the Faculty Women of Color in the Academy Conference in April with a cohort of 35 women faculty members from across the system. The purpose is to provide the women faculty with the opportunity to engage with others in this particular context of professional support and professional advancement. As you can see, the topics, for this conference are around leadership, career advancement, professional well-being, and scholar activism. We have, as I mentioned, I think we have 35 now. When we were creating the PowerPoint, we had 34, but we had 35. And the University of Minnesota is now a diamond sponsor of this conference. And we have been notified that we're the largest institution in terms of representatives, from the institution traveling to the conference. And now I just would like to transition to our colleague Tina Marisam, who's the Associate Vice President for Diversity and Equity and Director of EOAA, who will share work of our units in the critical areas under her portfolio. At previous meetings, you have heard Provost Crowson report on institutional efforts around disability justice with education modules, and Ms. Marison will provide updates on this work that has been largely carried and supported by the Provost Office and many other colleagues. Thank you.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be here in Morris with you all. I'll be sharing some information about OED's system-wide offices, which provide strategic thought leadership and support to all 5 of our campuses. I'll start with the Disability Resource Center. This office promotes access for disabled students, staff, faculty, and guests across the system, and it does that through 2 main strategies. The first strategy is providing reasonable accommodations for disabled individuals. So for example, this could be providing physical equipment, technology, interpreters, captioning, extended testing time, and many other types of accommodations. The second key strategy is to proactively reduce barriers in the environment for disabled individuals, such as by supporting inclusive pedagogy, digital accessibility, and universal design. As you can see on the slide, the Disability Resource Center serves thousands of students and employees each year, and these numbers have grown significantly over the past 10 years. Each year, the Disability Resource Center provides many thousands of hours of sign language interpreting, real-time captioning, and access assistance, and also administers thousands of accommodated exams, over 8,000 in FY22. As you can see from the slide, the work of the Disability Resource Center is just utterly critical. It not only meets our legal requirements to provide accessible campus environments, but it also provides services that enable many thousands of disabled students, staff, and faculty to contribute and to succeed at the university. Next slide, please. I'll next turn to the Office for Conflict Resolution, which works with employees across the system who are experiencing workplace conflict. It's clear that workplace conflict can cause serious disruption to university workplaces if it is not handled effectively. And the Office for Conflict Resolution helps to prevent such disruption by funneling workplace conflict into productive and fair processes for resolution and potentially the repair of harm. The office offers informal processes such as consultations, mediations, and facilitated dialogues. And when workplace conflict can't be resolved through such informal processes, the office also offers a formal grievance process, and that is a process that the university is required to provide by law. Next slide. In FY22, the 2 conflict resolution staff members provided over 150 confidential strategic consultations to employees system-wide, along with other services, and visitors to the office have provided quite positive feedback about the services that they receive. Overall, this conflict resolution work promotes a positive campus climate, helps us to retain employee talent, and also supports an engaged and productive workforce. Next slide. Turning now to the Office for Supplier Diversity, which some of you may know from its previous name, which was the Office for Business and Community Economic Development. This office has undergone a significant and, from my perspective, really exciting reorganization over the past year with the aim of refocusing its resources on its most impactful function, which is increasing the diversity of the university's suppliers. The key role of the office is to recruit and then to work with businesses owned by women, BIPOC, and disabled persons, and also with other underserved businesses, to get them connected with university purchasers and to otherwise help them integrate into the university supply chain. This work can facilitate really powerful economic partnerships between the university and diverse businesses. As you can see on the slide, the university spent $368 million with BIPOC, disabled, and women-owned businesses over the past 5 years. Next slide. This office also has a particular focus on bringing underserved Minnesota-based businesses into our supply chain. And this work supports our MPACT 2025 commitment to drive mutually beneficial relationships with underserved local communities. In FY22, the university had supplier relationships with 300 Minnesota-based businesses owned by women, BIPOC, or disabled persons. And this was an increase from 241 such supplier relationships in the previous year. As you can see on the slide, the university spent $41.8 million on Minnesota-based BIPOC, women, and disabled-owned businesses in FY22. So the impact of the university's supplier diversity work on the communities in Minnesota is really significant. The final system-wide OED office that I'd like to mention is Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action, where I serve as director. The role of this office is to respond to system-wide reports of discrimination, sexual misconduct, and related retaliation. And we do that through both formal investigations and informal problem-solving strategies. Next slide, please. Turning now to some data, the top line on the slide shows the number of reports from across the system that Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action received in each fiscal year. You'll see that in both FY19 and FY22, we received about 650 reports. We received fewer reports in FY20 and 21 when more university operations were remote. The chart also breaks down the numbers of reported misconduct by students as compared with reported misconduct by employees or third parties. For example, in FY22, we had 281 reports of student misconduct and 368 reports of employee or third-party misconduct. Our office addresses most reports that we receive through our informal problem-solving processes. So these may involve providing supportive resources, coaching, expectation setting, monitoring, and other non-investigative strategies. Between FY19 and FY22, the office conducted an average of 57 investigations each year, with an average of 25 policy violation findings per year. Next slide, please. Before closing, I'll just briefly mention two promising new system-wide initiatives that OED is working on. The first is the creation of the Sexual Misconduct Prevention Program. This program will provide strategic coordination of sexual misconduct prevention activities across the system and will build on the nationally recognized work done by the President's Initiative to Prevent Sexual Misconduct. As the President's Initiative is now sunsetting and its core work is being institutionalized in the prevention program. Next slide. The final system-wide initiative that I'll mention is the implementation of a new professional development course for instructors. In spring of 22, the university governance asked for a required course for all instructors system-wide on disability accommodations and inclusive course design, which I think is just a real testament to the commitment to our faculty leaders have to making sure that all of our students can access our programs and succeed. The Executive Vice President and Provost Croson partnered with the Office for Equity and Diversity to develop this course, which will be rolled out this spring. And I'll just say that I really believe we're a national leader in this area of disability resources and education. I understand that other peer institutions are interested in replicating the work that we've done on this course, which overall I think has real potential to greatly increase the accessibility of our academic programs and grow student success. In closing, I'll just share that these system-wide offices and initiatives are just one key way in which the university implements unified, effective, and efficient strategies to meet our MPACT 2025 goals, and also to meet our other goals related to diversity, inclusion, justice, and equity. Thank you.
We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm sure we'll have a number. I'll kick off. I don't have a question, but I do want to maybe make a few comments. First of all, thank you for all the work here. And I'll just sort of observe that I really appreciate the strategic focus and the effort to really coordinate our activities, to share best practices. I do think that we have an opportunity to go faster and farther through bigger and maybe fewer and better coordinated initiatives. And so I really wholeheartedly endorse the approach you're taking. It's really, really powerful. Second comment is just sort of from my own personal experience. I very much appreciate your focus on benchmarkable climate surveys. My own experience, they're so vital. We have to figure out where we're truly at. And in addition, those surveys, I think, will give us ideas on where we should go, and also help us to determine if we're making progress. So I appreciate that focus. And then finally, just as an add-on, the Gopher Equity Program, it's really intriguing, and I'll note that the student representatives highlighted that very enthusiastically. And so it seems like we don't know a lot about that, but it seems like there's something there, and hopefully we're going to be, we'll hear and learn and see more about that. So you don't have to really respond, but grateful for your work and really appreciate the strategic focus. Thank you. Regent Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and my absolute appreciation to all of you and your teams for not only the work you do, but really bringing all of this information forward to us in a way that we can start digesting. Certainly not digest it fully at this point in time, but start digesting this and really thinking about the next steps as Chair Powell laid out. But I do have a question for Director Marison. One of the numbers that really jumped out at me, and this is page 185 of our materials, it's the Resource Center fiscal year 22 data. The number that jumped out at me was a 379% increase in the number of people being served by the Resource Center over the last 10 years, which is a very large number, especially when you consider the overall number that have been served by the Resource Center. And where I'd like to start is, what are you seeing as the greatest areas of increase in service by the Resource Center for students, faculty, for persons that are coming to the Resource Center and seeking assistance?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Regent Verhalen, thank you for that question. Yes, and I'll just, before I answer your question directly, I'll just mention that this is not just a University of Minnesota trend. This is a national trend, both in K-12 and higher education, that there has been a really significant increase in folks needing disability accommodations and registering with our offices. I think in part because there were legal changes in 2008 with the Americans with Disabilities Act that really broadened the class of individuals who is identified as disabled and who has the ability to request these accommodations. And I also know that we're seeing increased diagnoses, especially in the mental health realm, that are leading to a lot of our accommodation requests. A lot of those, you see the numbers of accommodated exams. Mm-hmm. I think we had 8,000 last year, but we anticipate the numbers going to go up to more like 12,000 as it was before the pandemic. So lots of requests for extended time on exams, some limited distraction spaces for exams. And that puts a lot of pressure on our resources and also on our faculty, who are so committed to providing access to our students, but that it can take additional time and effort to do so. So that was one of the big reasons that this course that's being rolled out is so important, because there's a number of proactive strategies that we can implement that will provide more inclusive test taking and other accessibility features from the start, so that the need for individualized accommodations is reduced.
And if I may ask one follow-up question, because you started to lead exactly into where I was hoping we could go, which is, and maybe not today, but in future, or perhaps you may have some ideas to present today, but where does the university need to be investing in resources for the resource center to ensure that we aren't overstressing our infrastructure, our people, their schedules, everything, to make sure that we're able to provide for anyone who comes to the resource center seeking help?
AVP Marison.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Powell and Regent Verhalen, for that follow-up question. I think you've hit on just a really key point, that with the increasing number of disabled students requesting accommodation, the model of individualized accommodations for each student who comes to the office becomes less and less sustainable. That will always be a part of the work, but I think the focus really needs to move towards how can we invest in inclusive pedagogy practices so that we can create more accessible environments, more accessible assignments and communications and tests, so that our students will be able to access education from the start without going through the process of coming to the Disability Resource Center, which is time-consuming for the students as well, and can feel stigmatizing at times. So I think that is really the area for innovation and where we have an opportunity to really be a national leader.
Great, thank you. We'll certainly be looking forward to what outcomes you have from the additional training.
Okay.
And I just want to...
Oh, yes, please, yes.
May I add? I don't even know the protocol, but I also wanted to add to that it's not only for individuals that consider, that are disabled, but also for those whose English is not the first language, or, students who are first in their families, to attend college. It just provides an opportunity for all to have a better, learning environment. So, thank you.
All right, Regent Rocha, and then Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. Thank you for the work that you do in a very complex and very constantly changing environment, and that leads me to my question. So, we've seen in the last couple generations remarkable improvement in access and in the increase in diversity and opportunity for so many people that would not have had opportunity before. As you're going forward, are there any areas that you see on the horizon? Are there any issues that are developing that are as we change, and not necessarily even just the University of Minnesota, because obviously, just because issues have been nationally prevalent, we still take them on here because that's the right thing to do. Do you see anything on the horizon that we might want to be aware of issues that may be coming up that maybe didn't exist before, and things that we're going to have to try to address as an institution to make sure we stay on the right track?
Vice President, or who wants to take that one?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you for the question, Regent Rocha. As I mentioned at the beginning, the landscape, for our students to come to college and achieve their educational and academic goals continues to be a struggle for all students. I think one of the critical issues is how do we understand ourselves first and know our own histories, and how do we learn about others, and how do we work together? So creating the opportunities for that to happen across learning spaces, inside classrooms and labs and stages and clinical settings, it's going to be crucial, and the institutions that are able to foster that type of learning environment inside and outside the classroom will be very successful. Students would want to be part of that. And that is what we need in the labor market. That's what employers are asking us, for as well. So I think that efforts to increase capacity around, diversity, inclusion, and justice and equity issues, and understanding the histories behind the issues, so that you can have that level of critical analysis, that you bring that to all of the environment, to your life. It's to your life. It's a daily thing. It's something that we need to invest in. So I'm excited about the work that we're doing as an institution and as a system in that space.
I can add some to that response and say one thing that may be coming down the pathway is that while institutions of higher education are really working to recruit more broadly diverse students and staff and faculty to their institutions, one thing that we'll have to look at is whether or not we're ready to receive the diversity we're seeking and whether or not the spaces we're recruiting to are inclusive, whether or not there's a sense of belonging that can be achieved from people who are from diverse backgrounds. So we're still in a place where in some of our units we're not just recruiting diverse faculty. It might be the first, and then not just the only, but the first and only. And so how do we support those faculty that we're recruiting? How do we support the students that we're recruiting, especially now that we're seeing some of the largest groups of BIPOC students in our incoming classes? So just considering what we're getting from that climate survey, of course, and also other ways of looking at our institution to make sure that it's the welcoming space we hope it is.
Thank you. Regent Kenyanya, you're going to close us out.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the presentation and all the work that you and your colleagues do. VP Varma, I think you kind of picked up on what was my first note that was in the presentation, and that's the recruitment and retention. I think you were talking, are we ready to retain the people we're recruiting? I think that's a conversation we always have with staff, faculty, and students. We don't want to pour into a leaking cup, if you will, and particularly from faculty and staff perspective, students aside, just for this comment, even from an investment perspective, it makes sense, right? Because it's expensive to recruit folks, and especially faculty startup costs and all these things, and that next offer might actually be higher than the person that you weren't able to retain. So I mean, I think there's just a fiscal argument there. So I'm glad that this is always part of the conversation, that we're not just stopping at recruiting and we're talking about retention. There's a lot of good initiatives here. The Go for Equity class, I mean, and again, I think the students mentioned that in their report, so we're glad to hear about that. I think before this, I think UMD was doing something similar, UST 1000 perhaps, and I'm curious if whatever data or information or feedback we had on that was kind of incorporated in the design of this. And then kind of similarly for the DRC, I mean, I think it's my understanding that work isn't centralized. I mean, it's campus specific, and each campus handles some of those, or maybe it's a mix. Perhaps that's a question that can be answered. So depending on that, is the data and the numbers we're seeing here, is that system-wide, or is that relating to a specific campus? And then lastly, on the professional development for instructors, I think the course was Fundamentals of Disability Accommodations. I know we sometimes use words interchangeably, so when we say instructors, I'm just trying to understand, is that all faculty, is that system-wide, and then does that include faculty that are labor represented?
Okay. Vice President, or
Answer.
Maris, okay, thank you, Tina, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you for the question, Regent Kenyanya. I think the first question was whether our Disability Resource Center is a system-wide function, and it is. The way it works is that the Disability Resource Center located on the Twin Cities campus serves employees system-wide, and actually sends an employee to Duluth to handle employee accommodations there. The DRC also is a thought leader and helps to set strategy and convenes for student access consultants on the non-Twin Cities campuses biweekly to help provide them with support and resources. So it's kind of a hybrid.
All right. Oh, yes, please.
I was just going to add to your first question about the Go for Equity project and building on the Duluth work. And Dean Lindquist is definitely, Associate Dean Lindquist is working with Duluth campus leaders on that to hear more about their experience and the data they have.
All right, with that, thank you very much.
Sure, just to clarify, the numbers here are system-wide on this page in terms of the students served?
These are the numbers served by the Central Disability Resource Center. So the employee numbers are system-wide. The student numbers are just the Twin Cities campus.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, I think there was a question just about that instructor course in terms of who's covered there.
Right, so all instructors system-wide, including labor-represented folks, will be required to take it. So that's faculty, P&A instructors, and also graduate teaching assistants.
Thank you.
That has it? All right,
Got
good.
all.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Apologies for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we'll turn now to the next item, which is an update from the board's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Working Group, which is led by Vice Chair Mayron. Vice Chair, let's first make sure we can hear you, and you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
We can. You're coming
All
through.
right. Sorry, I'm not in the most ideal physical situation here. You guys are better off where you're seated for sure. Thank you. In January, Chair Powell and I created a 3-region DEI working group, which is made up of myself and Tad Johnson and Regent Bo Arabi. This working group was charged with helping board leadership develop and implement a comprehensive diversity, equity, and inclusion plan for the Board of Regents. Set forth in the charge, the objectives of this comprehensive plan are to, number one, broaden and deepen Regents' understanding of the diversity, equity, and inclusion landscape. 2, to increase the board's capacity to govern a diverse higher education institution through both individual Regent development and a greater understanding of how a governing board can apply a DEI lens to decision-making. 3, to provide sufficient venues, time, and guidance for Regents to meaningfully reflect on, discuss, and explore matters of cultural competence and equity-driven decision-making. And 4, to enable and protect the impact of this work as the board's composition changes by integrating specific plan elements into Regent onboarding and into ongoing board and Regent development. As Regents Johnson, Tai, Arabi, and I discussed how to best meet these objectives, we identified a number of potential components and deliverables that we think a successful plan should include. Those included engagement of key DEI resources across the university, assessment of individual board members to determine a starting point for our respective learning, a substantive educational component that reflected not only national best practices and pedagogy, but also state and university specific dynamics and realities, small group sessions that would enable meaningful discussion by our group of part-time volunteers, individual coaching to help augment and reinforce our group learning, a flexible program to onboard new Regents, since as you all know, 1/3 of our board seats are up for election every 2 years, and to the extent possible to develop performance indicators or metrics that could help us determine our progress in this area. Before the working group began talking to potential consultants regarding the type of program we wanted, we met with OED Vice President Mercedes Ramirez Fernandez and SCC Chair Colleen Flaherty Manchester in order to benefit from their knowledge and their perspectives. With their input and our own understanding of the board, we then sought proposals from outside consultants in the marketplace and began evaluating their responses to determine which best met our objectives and the components and deliverables that we had identified. We met, I don't know exactly how many meetings. We started our work in January, and we met at least weekly, and if not even more frequently than on certain weeks, to obtain the information and to evaluate the proposals that were coming in. Our hope was that today we would be in a position to announce our plan details, but we are still in the process of working on the final scope of our work. And here's why. First, we're finding that the kind of work that we're contemplating, a very tailored based approach on individual assessments and a Minnesota and university focus with small group discussions and individual coaching is substantively different from any traditional training that we have seen in this area. Second, it appears that fewer, or if any, governing boards among our peers have undertaken DEI work the way we have envisioned it. And to be honest, we think we could be at the forefront of this type of program for a governing body of a public institution. Of course, this is exciting, but it's also a bit daunting. And third, we want to make sure that whatever we're going to do is affordable. We're finding right now that the kind of comprehensive plan we're contemplating using outside experts could cost up to $100,000, $150,000, depending on its scope. And rest assured, we're continuing to look for ways to control costs without compromising the effectiveness of the plan. We're optimistic that we will be able to finalize a plan and begin this work soon. We're aiming for a spring rollout so that the new regions that will be joining us in the near future will be able to participate. And with that, I'll conclude my report and ask if there are any questions for me or for my fellow working group members, Regents Johnson and Telrabi.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mayron. A good report, very clear. Just looking around the room to see if there are any questions. And we know you'll be back. We do have a question from Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Powell and Vice Chair Mayron, and then Regents Telrabi and Tad Johnson for your work on this. I think it's important that we're undertaking this work. It's interesting to me to hear, to me to hear that we might be on the forefront of some of this work as a board, because I, have not been part of that benchmarking process, so I wasn't aware that we might be in that position. So I think that's important. I also think that taking our time to do this right makes sense, and so I appreciate the work of the task force, or the working group that's working on this, and look forward to continued conversations. One other thing I wanted to highlight, which I think was in part of Vice Chair Mayron's report. We don't have anything written on this, so I can't remember exactly where it was, but was about taking some more time to consult with members of the board about kind of where I'm paraphrasing here, I don't want to say I'm quoting exactly, but taking time to consult with members of the board around where we're at individually with our respective journeys. I think it's really important that consultation within the board to learn from each other's lived experiences happens. I think that makes us stronger as a board. I will say, I remember the time we got this original charge memo. I have it pulled up here on January 3rd. I was coming out of a haircut, and it just popped up in my email. I didn't even know that we were doing this or doing any of this work. And I think it's important that we practice inclusivity within the board as we embark on this type of work. I would love to be able to shed some more insight on that, and hoping we can have more conversations, particularly, again, as we all bring different lived experiences and perspectives to this work personally, but then also with engaging with different members of the campus community and whatnot. So while initially I was surprised to not have heard about this before it was announced that we were undertaking this, I don't want that to shadow my appreciation for the work that we're doing. Thanks to the colleagues that are doing it, and look forward to what was mentioned, which was, as I'm glad actually we're not announcing anything final today because I think there's more room for consultation amongst the board. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr.
All
Chair.
right. Thank you, Regent Farnsworth. Regent Kenyanya.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair Maron and Regents, thanks for serving on the committee and doing this important work. Just a brief comment. I think the Vice Chair addressed cost as a consideration. Yeah, I would just like to echo, a desire to make sure we control that. I mean, I think these efforts are needed, and whatever that'll end up looking like is something worth undertaking. But as much as we can use our resources on the actual work, right? On the campuses, on the students, and similar to my comments actually earlier during the student report, leverage the expertise we have within the university, which is a lot, and abundant, and the team that just presented and their colleagues. I think we can find that expertise to have the right conversations and the right analysis internally, and then use that $100,000 or $150,000 towards one of the many needing initiatives. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just following on Regent Farnsworth's comments a bit ago. I also didn't know this was coming when it was established, and it was all sort of kind of fully baked before. I was going to say before being consulted, but wasn't consulted, so I can't say it was before I was consulted because, well, technically it was because I still haven't been. But it says, to act in the best interest of the board and university governance under the charge. And I think it's really important that when the board moves forward on initiatives, that the full board is a part of that dialogue. And that having only a couple of members or a few members of the board making determinations of importance like this is important. Maybe others have had a different experience, but I certainly haven't been consulted with respect to how to move forward with this. And I would think we should avoid the irony of having a committee that's committed to inclusivity being fairly exclusive at this point. So I would say that there are a lot of different perspectives, voices on the board, and if we're going to talk about the board and its role and its best interest, I think the full board should be a part of that dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just, I appreciate and hear the comments. The board was informed of the training by me, the full board, and I established the committee after many of you reached out to me with a desire to do something in this area, and so the thought was a small group to explore options. So that's where that came about, and to the degree that everyone didn't feel informed, regrets or apologies, there was no intention to do that. All right, on that note, Vice Chair Mayron.
Yeah,
you.
and let me just say I appreciate the comments that have been shared here. We want to get this right for ourselves. And so we want to get it right, and making sure that we have hopefully encapsulated our desire to do that and your respective desire to get this right for ourselves as a governing board is very important to our group. I think reaching out to you to make sure then that we have to see if we're hitting the mark with you on this. Are we missing something? Is there something that you think we should be doing differently? We can certainly do that, and our group will reach out to you very quickly to make sure that we are getting your input. As we said, we're finding that we're in a new space, at least as a governing board, while DEI training is out there, and the Go for Equity project is an excellent example. It's certainly not something that was designed for a governing board of a public institution. And that's not to say it may not be useful for us, but the question is that going to be the appropriate way for us to get up to speed in this area? So in any event, appreciate your comments, and we'll be back to you so that we can get this training up and running and make sure that we're doing our best in this space as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Mayron. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to our final presentation, and here we'll hear from Acting Chancellor Schrank Erickson. She will share a presentation that's called Making an Impact, University of Minnesota Morris, and I believe that before she presents her remarks, President Gabel wants to share a few comments.
Yes, thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Mayor, and members of the board. So as they're setting up at the presentation table, I'll share that, as I've said since I was a candidate for this position, my own lived experience having attended liberal arts college and my understanding of Morris's collective strengths and contributions as a campus, as a committed community partner, tremendous, from sustainability to robust arts and sciences to inclusion, diversity, dignity, and identities. We are believers in what Morris does as an essential part of the university system and the mission of the entire university as teachers and scholars in the way we serve all Minnesotans and beyond. And we've all known, and as was amplified yesterday in a full day of deep touring of the campus and meeting with students, faculty, and staff and community partners, this is a special place. And our search for Morris's next chancellor, which I noted earlier in my president's report, is narrowing. And as we take those next steps, I want to thank Acting Chancellor Janet Schrank Erickson for her service and stewardship, including everything she's done and is doing in Morris's trajectory as an incredible community, an incredible place to learn and discover and serve. So ultimately, I think everything we've been through over these last few years and the headwinds we're all facing in all of our unique and sometimes unpleasant ways over these last few years also position us to emerge stronger. And I think that's exactly where Morris is positioned to emerge stronger and more ready than ever to be the premier gem in the system crown that we have talked about it as over these years. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Acting Chancellor Erickson.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chair Powell, members of the board, President Gabel, and other guests, thank you on behalf of the Morris campus and our community writ large for the time that you have spent with us this week, both on campus and in the town of Morris. We are grateful for your attention and for your willingness to talk with so many people here who are invested in the present and future of the University of Minnesota Morris. And I very much hope that your understanding of the people, place, and purpose of this campus has grown substantially during your time here. I am grateful, too, for the opportunity to provide now a brief overview and reiteration of some of the major areas of impact that the Morris campus has in West Central Minnesota and well beyond this region. I'm going to focus just on sustainability, community engagement, academics, and briefly, alumni. This presentation provides context for the University of Minnesota Performance and Accountability Report and for our progress and contributions to measures that are part of Impact 2025. The University of Minnesota Morris is, as you know, a small, rural, arts and sciences university with an outsized reach and impact. Our place near the edge of Minnesota's tallgrass prairie biome matters, as does what we do with our distinctive identity as one of the top 10 public baccalaureate arts and sciences campuses in the United States, and as a distinct educational experience within Minnesota's Research and Land Grant University. UMN Morris has the strategic drive, vision, and capacity to innovate, and our size and location do not limit our reach. In fact, to the contrary, we have the ability to bring great ideas to life and to scale through robust partnerships because of our size and place. The mission of the University of Minnesota Morris has remained largely the same since the campus was founded in 1960, and that mission informs our strategic vision. Attention to and engagement with people, place, and purpose at UMN Morris are core, as this strategic vision makes clear. And the impact of UMN Morris is grounded in both the mission and strategic vision. For today, I want to highlight just the second paragraph in this vision, grounded in our sense of history and place and our commitments to access and sustainability. We will integrate scholarly and creative work, community building, and outreach into our rigorous academic programs. As you might have heard, the University of Minnesota Morris has a national and even international reputation in sustainability. And this is an area in which the campus has had impact locally, regionally, and well beyond that. Yes, we're a little proud of the coverage in the New York Times of our sustainability efforts. The sustainability goals referenced in that article from last summer are inspired by initiatives like the University of Minnesota Morris low-input cold weather compost system and its diversion of 1 million pounds of organics from area landfills. This compost system, developed with Minnesota Pollution Control Agency support, is a model for northern communities like ours, where March often looks like it has for the last few days. As Sustainability Director Troy Goodnow and Morris Challenge Director Doug Reed both noted yesterday, one of the fundamentally important aspects of our sustainability efforts is engaging multiple perspectives. And a section in the New York Times article reiterates this. Quote, by removing partisan politics from community discussions about climate policy, it's sometimes possible to reach a consensus that's been difficult to achieve on a national level. We've never focused on climate as being the thing to talk about because you don't have to, said Blaine Hill, the city manager, noting the benefits of lower energy bills and more local economic activity from the locally produced power. You can go around that and just start working on stuff. The article notes, too, that one advantage of community strategies is that they can be tailored to the needs of the local economy, in the case of Morris farming. The Morris model is a partnership led by the City of Morris, the University of Minnesota Morris, and the West Central Research and Outreach Center, with partners across Morris and in Stevens County. And it focuses its work on energy conservation, clean energy, community resilience, cultural exchange, and celebration, with specific goal areas within clean and efficient energy, transportation, waste reduction, and recycling, and education. The collaboration's top current goals, as listed on the slide, are to produce 80% of energy consumed in Stevens County by 2030, to reduce energy consumption by 30% in Stevens County by 2030, and to have no landfilling of waste generated within Stevens County by 2025. The University of Minnesota Morris is a clean energy leader and destination, with the notable achievement of carbon neutrality in electricity and national recognition for producing more clean electricity per student than any other campus in the United States. The campus plays a leadership role in advancing clean energy planning and experimentation across Minnesota in areas such as our current partnership with our local utility, Otter Tail Power Company, and Open Access Technology, OATI, a Minnesota microgrid company, on a large battery storage development project. A hallmark of UMN Morris renewable energy efforts has been the ability to test systems at commercial or near commercial scales, a crucial factor in moving new technologies from labs to the commercial market. On this front, the University of Minnesota Morris and the West Central Research and Outreach Center together launched last year the Center for Renewable Energy Storage Technology, or CREST, to provide leadership on energy storage research and demonstration scale projects. CREST efforts so far include the West Central Research and Outreach Center's recently announced development of a $30 million ammonia pilot plant generating 1 metric ton per day, funded by the U.S. Department of Energy and Minnesota XL RDA funds. The University of Minnesota Morris project to develop a large-scale battery storage demonstration project funded by the Environmental Trust Fund in partnership with the Otter Tail Power Company and OATI adds to this transformative work. These groundbreaking projects build on and expand collaborations with University of Minnesota and regional partners, as well as public and private sector innovators. It's not advancing. The people of UMN Morris are one of the best ways to demonstrate our impact. Chris Drosky graduated from the University of Minnesota Morris in 2011 with a chemistry major, and he now serves as the energy manager for the city of Minneapolis. He is managing the implementation of solar voltaic arrays across city-owned buildings to help Minneapolis reach its goal of 10% renewable energy generated on site. And as Chris notes, he was able to participate in undergraduate research, perform wetland monitoring as a summer internship, and be a 2-year part-time member of the Minnesota Green Corps working on energy conservation while he was a student on the Morris campus. And I have to note that other members of the Drosky family also graduated from the University of Minnesota Morris. In Chris's words, my brother majored in history and then became a lawyer. My sister majored in French and is now a French professor. And I majored in chemistry and am working as an energy manager. A degree from UMN Morris will set you up well no matter what your future holds. While our sustainability impact is perhaps most widely visible, the University of Minnesota Morris also has a significant role and impact on local and regional communities in other ways. Included in the docket materials is a full summary for this year from the University of Minnesota Morris Clifford J. Benson Center for Community Partnerships, which fosters campus community collaborations to address needs in small towns. The Center's Office of Community Engagement and Center for Small Towns work toward the shared vision of more vibrant and equitable rural communities. And I want to call out just a very few of those now. For more than 10 years, the Rural Intercultural Education Initiative has worked with local immigrants and immigrant-serving organizations to enhance educational and community engagement. Just a few of our important partners are on this slide, as well as some of the graduates, and we have many others. Last fall alone, 20 UMN Morris students were serving as ESL teachers and assistants and Rural Intercultural Education Initiative leaders, and over the last 10 years, about 160 people have been trained and deployed as community interpreters and translators, a much-needed service for rural Minnesota. More than 500 people have been trained to be community ESL teachers through joint efforts of the Minnesota Literacy Council and the University of Minnesota Morris, also serving a critical need in rural communities to teach and learn English. One more example in this area among the many included in the docket is the community meal, the goal of which is to build community-university connections. While the description here may suggest that the businesses give food away, each sponsor actually donates $500 toward the cost of locally sourced ingredients and at least 20 hours of volunteer time. Community members and students work together to source the food, build the menu, cook, and serve the meal. So there's a lot of face-to-face interaction and informal mentoring that happens in the kitchen and the serving line to build community around foods, support local farmers, and encourage people to get to know one another despite differences. Community-engaged learning is a pedagogy that utilizes community service, community-based research, or other civic engagement activities, along with regular reflective activities and assignments to meet both course goals and identified community needs. Our Office of Community Engagement staff work with faculty and community partners to create and implement a project plan and assessment. Last fall's efforts included a mini medieval festival created by students in a first-year Morris Core class and offered at the Morris Public Library for local children. It was a lot of fun and just one of several such projects. And an example from this spring is that students in one of our upper-level computer science classes are developing a software that will better connect food providers, potential donors, and people who are food insecure. Such projects both contribute to the larger community and provide valuable experience for our students. I don't know why it won't go. Thank you. Derek Nicholas, class of 2020, majored in economics and management with a concentration in global business, and he parlayed his Morris experience into a career focused on community impact. After managing the Native American and organic gardens on campus, he was drawn to learning more about food systems, and today he works as the nutrition program coordinator at the Division of Indian Work, cooking healthy, culturally appropriate foods. He's also founder of an organization dedicated to promoting indigenous food sovereignty and security. Community engagement in multiple ways is a core part of the Morris experience and the Morris impact. Local partnerships you heard about as well over your last day and a half here, and shared financial investments are a key part of that, which have created an outsized impact for the campus and our area community, the most recent of which is the Morris Softball Project. In 2022, we created a shared community softball facility for use by students from kindergarten to college seniors. In the first year, last summer, when construction was not even complete, more than 750 individual athletes played on the new fields. And I think this pie chart is really important because as it shows, our leadership as a campus spurred shared investment in a project that the community can be and is proud of, with private giving providing 44% of the project costs and the University of Minnesota Morris and Morris Area School District each contributing 24%. And the last 8% came from community education and recreation. The softball project builds on a successful history of shared sports facilities in Morris that include the Regional Fitness Center and Big Cat Stadium. The university strives to meet not just local infrastructure needs, but also regional workforce needs. And an example of this is in teacher education, which has long been a hallmark of the University of Minnesota Morris. Our graduates are strongly represented in education positions across the state with a substantial rural impact. So Barrett, Minnesota is about 20 miles north of here, and I have one more alumni story here to underscore our impact in the academic paths that students take on this campus. Peter Ray finished a theater degree first at the University of Minnesota Morris, went to Minneapolis, worked several years there, and then decided that what he was really drawn to was teaching. So he returned to the Morris campus, earned his teaching licensure in communication arts, literature, and secondary education. And I love this comment from him because it captures so well the practicality of theater work, something too often missed. And it highlights a Morris graduate who came back and serves this area. Local impact from an academic path at the University of Minnesota Morris. As this graph shows, about 80% of UMN Morris teacher education graduates from 2020 to 2022 are teaching or employed in education-related jobs. And I want you to look at the bright gold and gray areas together. About 70% of recent Morris education grads are serving in this region or in other rural or small town schools. I want to note, too, that 4 Minnesota school districts selected UMN Morris graduates as their 2022-23 Teachers of the Year, all from Greater Minnesota. One of our newest efforts to connect academic paths on this campus to regional and larger rural needs is our licensed alcohol and drug counseling program. Why this program? The graph here pretty clearly answers that question. Just one LADC, licensed alcohol and drug counselor, resides in Stevens County, serving Morris and the county's 9,700 some residents, as well as the adjoining Traverse and Big Stone counties where there is no LADC. There are nearly 7,000 Minnesotans for every licensed alcohol and drug counselor across most rural and isolated areas, compared to 2,200 Minnesotans for every LADC in the urban areas. University of Minnesota Morris psychology faculty are developing a new student pathway to licensure in alcohol, drug counseling in partnership with Fond du Lac Tribal and Community College. The pathway recognizes this need for counselors in tribal and other rural communities. It builds on the college's existing coursework, and it expands relationships with tribal and non-tribal agencies to create the extensive internships required for this licensure. An important feature of this academic path is that it provides, too, access to a mental health career and state licensure without requiring completion of a graduate degree. Many prospective and first-generation and Pell-eligible students with a passion for psychology do not perceive graduate school as an option, though we try to convince them otherwise. And as you can see, such students figure significantly in the Morris campus student body. Approximately 95% of Morris graduates on average are employed or in graduate or professional school within a year of graduation. And among recent Morris graduates, approximately 30% on average have entered graduate school. That is a measure of our impact, particularly given who and where we are. Especially with a subsequent graduate or professional degree, Morris graduates hold positions of influence across the region, state, and nation. Morris graduates shaping the legal landscape, for example, include the current Chief Justice of the Minnesota Supreme Court, the current President of the Minnesota District Judges Association, who is also a Hennepin County District Court Judge, the Stevens County District Court Judge, and a former United States Assistant Attorney General. And all of those but one are female. Morris graduates are also overrepresented among Minnesota's rural doctors, dentists, and healthcare professionals. The footprint of UMN Morris is, unsurprisingly, particularly large in this part of the state, but our alumni have an impact across the state as well as beyond it. My final alumni story this afternoon, is of a recent example of an alumna who is contributing to the local community with a career in the sciences. Allison Pullman graduated just last spring with a major in environmental science. She graduated high school in Melrose, Minnesota, which is not too far from here. When she came to Morris, Allison changed her major 3 times before deciding on environmental science, which she describes as, quote, the perfect mix of all areas of science. And we are so glad to have her working in Morris as a biological science lab technician at the USDA Agricultural Research Service office located here, what we usually refer to as the Soils Lab. The Morris campus fuels innovation and connections, and it contributes to a healthy and diverse workforce across the state, one that serves especially well talented individuals and populations that have been historically underrepresented in higher education. We provide a truly distinctive educational experience, and graduates build here the skills that survey after survey indicates that employers value and are seeking. And one statistic worth reiterating is that the Morris campus is nationally ranked as one of the 50 best liberal arts and sciences universities in the nation, with the distinction of having the lowest cost of attendance after grants of any of these top 50 universities. UMN Morris offers a great return on investment and a wealth of opportunities for our students, and in turn, for the communities they are part of after graduation. And those communities are local as well as across the state and nation. UMN Morris makes a significant impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Chancellor. Just to say again, I think we've so enjoyed being with you and your team and your students and community members over the last couple of days. We've had the opportunity to not only, touch on some of the topics that you've just raised, but we've gone, very deep in a number of areas, and, you've made everyone available to us. The conversations have been full and candid, and we know it's a huge amount of work to do something like this, and we're very, very grateful. We all learned a lot, and we're grateful. So, presumably, we can react to points that you've just made, but we've covered a lot of ground over the last couple of days. So I'll just see if there's anything else that any regents want to. Regent Rocha, you look ready to go here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the Chancellor drove all the way here, I feel I feel compelled to keep the conversation going for at least a second anyway. But thank you also. On my own behalf, what a wonderful experience. Yesterday when we had a chance to see the students and the faculty staff that were in the DEI discussion, you really heard the passion that people have for this place and the experience that they have, and people talking about how this has provided them an opportunity that they don't know they would have had anywhere else to be able to improve their lives through this educational opportunity. Getting a chance to visit with the faculty and staff over the last couple of days, their passion for this place and for the students and for the work that's being done is amazing. Obviously, the research facility as well is world class, and continues to make our state a leader in the world. And so, Morris is still the crown jewel of the university system to me, and I think that the conversations that we've had and will continue to have, I think, as an institution on how to continue to build and improve on what's being provided, and the numbers that we have here is critical. And again, I just appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate the folks that you work with in providing this amazing educational opportunity for the students of our state and beyond. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I want to echo Regent Rocha's comments and just say thank you. Every time I come to Morris, which is often, I try to, I learn something. I think that your staff and you and everybody in the community is passionate about West Central Minnesota and about making this whole town prosperous, not just the university, but the whole region. And so thank you for that. And Thanks for a great visit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and I just simply want to echo officially as well the thanks for having us here this week. I think it's super important when we have these types of engagement opportunities, outside of the boardroom in the Twin Cities and just kind of where we usually meet to do our business, and to get to talk to students, faculty, staff, community members. For instance, understanding that the community reception on Wednesday was maybe something that is a new format for us. I think that was undoubtedly really successful and well attended, and some great engagement and conversations happened there. And I thought we had a nice balance of community, but then also being on campus yesterday. And as President Gable described Morris as being a really special place, I completely agree with that. Look forward to having this context as we move forward and have conversations about enrollment and DEI and tackle some of the opportunities and challenges we have. But it makes so much sense to have this as a grounding, this experience, this visit, multiple visits for many of us, to be able to have those conversations in a much more informed way. So want to say thank you to all the staff that put this together. As we saw just with the IT moments this morning, it's way more beyond, behind the scenes than we even realize, to all the different folks to put every aspect of one of these visits together. And so just want to express my appreciation and thanks.
Thank you, Regent Farnsworth. Regent Verhalen, I think you're going to wrap us up.
How much time do I have? Thank you, Chair Powell. One item that I wanted to make sure didn't get lost in your presentation, which was wonderful and covered such an important piece of UMN Morris, is something you said at the very beginning of your presentation, that this is a liberal arts and sciences program. This is a liberal arts and sciences campus. And there's so much strength in that. As we talked about on Wednesday, as someone who was a first-generation college student, had no idea what I was getting into. I didn't know what liberal arts meant. And even as a regent, when I started out, I had a very vague idea of what liberal arts actually meant. And so the phrasing and the phraseology that you used and your team is using and you're using to discuss Morris is so important, in that it is a liberal arts and sciences campus. And there's so much going on here, and to the passion that everyone has spoken about, it's there. But we need from you, and you need from us, a continued and clear way to communicate the depth of what is available at this campus to prospective students. And so help us as we go along, and we'll continue to help you in that regard.
Chair Powell.
Yes, Acting
Regent
Chancellor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we are working on it. And as I've said, it's trying to hit those two audiences that is a challenge and remains a challenge. But I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again. And to your team, thank you. Okay. We just have a few more items here. We'll wrap up. The committees didn't meet this month. So we have no committee business, item 12, and unless somebody wants to do an impromptu. Okay, so no committees. Is there any old business to come before the board? Any new business? That concludes our business. We're adjourned.